Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, everybody. I hope you're all doing fantastic today. We are back once again for another installment in our Shiny Living Dex Challenge. This is the Kanto sector. That said, we're still pre-Gym 1, rooting around Route 22 in the Viridian Forest, looking for whatever comes our way. Preferably, it would be awesome to finish the Caterpie line, or the Pikachu line, or the Spearow line, but beggars can't be choosers, so today we're going to gear up and figure out what the hell is going to happen and ride with the waves. That said, hey QB, thanks for stopping by. Hope you're having a fantastic day. How's it going today? What are you up to so far? Yeah, so last stream we did pretty all right. I don't remember exactly how many encounters we got in. That being said, however, we did end up getting another shiny. Did we phase? Yes. But a shiny's a shiny. Nevertheless, we shan't complain. But yeah, we're just going to continue along here and see what comes our way. So, that was weird. Anyway, I usually take oodles and oodles of time when I'm here, and I always I always stall right at the start of the stream. So let's get going. Let's get started. And yeah, so I've been wanting a change of scenery here for a little while, and it's not really feasible from what I can find. It seems that anywhere else that would make, oh shit, there we go. It seems that anywhere else that I've scoped out just doesn't really have the length I want. In order to have that up and down travel room. That said, I mean, even here, I'm not gonna lie, I struggle with it a little bit. That said, I think it's really just an issue with synchrony between consoles. I can only keep so many in so many places. At the end of the day, some are gonna move upward, some are gonna move downward. Well, I guess that's not really the case, but more so what I mean is the fact that you just can't keep everything synchronized. Simple as that. When one encounters first, one encounters later, that one's now 10 tiles higher, and suddenly you've just got to figure that out. So, funny how that works, but tis what it is. It is something we've been working through, and I don't think we'll have an issue continuing with. But yeah. Sprites and sprites and sprites. Nothing but sprites. First few encounters today, as per usual, are nothing short of the usual, or nothing short of what we generally see. No shinies. One can only hope. We've been lucky a couple of times and encountering a shiny, you know, in the first... Well, actually, I think it was only once we had one. It was the first encounter or two. Other than that, though, I don't think we've been remotely close. But for midstream, when we restart a phase, or I guess when we start a new hunt after a phase, there's been a couple where, well, we specifically had, and I don't remember what console it was on, but we had a shiny Rattata show up, and it was after 80 total encounters after our previous phase. Now you might be saying, okay, well 80, that's not insane, that's pretty cool though. Which is fair. However, when you dig in a little bit deeper and consider the fact that 80 divided by 16 is what, like, I think 5? I'm not sure, so don't quote me on that. My mental math skills are non-existent nowadays, but it was essentially a few resets. But then again, I suppose if we were looking at every single one of our hunts like that, we would have a much different perspective. You know, that 36,000 encounter hunt would not have been near that daunting, visually speaking, as far as the number representation. But yeah, not really too much new developing in the challenge, really. And I suppose that's not really expected. But I will say, I thought by now, especially given the fact that We're well over 200 hours into this challenge. I thought by now, and I know the majority of the challenge has not been spent in Viridian Forest, but I could have sworn, you know, we'd have a shiny Metapod, maybe a second Kakuna. Moreover, I'm shocked that we haven't had a Spearow yet, because there's only 3 encounters on Route 22, and I believe it's, what is it, 40% and 40, no, or sorry, 45% and 45%. For Mankey and Rattata, and then the remaining 10% is Spearow. I suppose RNG will do as RNG does. The one thing that really shocks me about that, and I suppose it doesn't shock me, but it annoys me, is specifically in Viridian Forest, we did not need... We could have had the initial evolutions for every single phase. We could have had... You know, 3 Weedle, 3 Caterpie, called it good, that's fine. But, and I may be mistaken, but it was rather the first or the second phase into Viridian. I want to say the second, but I'm not entirely sure. We encountered a freaking 10% Kakuna. I mean, fantastic, don't get me wrong, but come on, you couldn't have been a little bit more selective with when that happened. Yeah, since, I mean, the majority of our phases have been... I want to say Caterpie. Could be lying, though. I really should have a spreadsheet done up by now, and I've been meaning to do it, but I gotta have a spreadsheet open that I can keep visible, so I can reference when we get certain Pokemon, and like how often we're phasing on them, so on and so forth. Hey there, Onovan, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a fantastic day and a happy Thursday. How's it going? What are you up to? And yes, I don't know if I made it a post on the community page or on the Discord. But yeah, the drinking streams will be strictly on Sundays from now on. The Emerald VR Shotlock Challenge. Tuesdays and Thursdays, tentatively, well, I guess maybe not tentatively, from now on should be shiny hunts. Shiny hunts. We're using the entire electrical budget of Rhode Island to randomly generate battle animals. Yeah, essentially. And getting the colors of which we don't desire anyway. Goodness. I'm not gonna lie, being Canadian, I'm not too sure I get the joke specifically. But if you want to explain it to me, I'd be happy to hear it. Oh, make some headway down, please. Oh, thank God. There we go. It's a little bit better. Thought they were already strictly on Sundays. Just wanted to make sure that... Oh, yeah, I see. Yes, I'm Canadian. Oh, how does that work? I guess it'd be like Canadian is as Canadian does. That doesn't really fit the bill. But yep, I do be from one of the most boring parts of the world. Some might argue yes, some might argue no. Hey there, Jordan. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a fantastic Thursday. How's it going today? Thanks for stopping by. And not much. We are just starting on, getting our momentum, looking around the forest, seeing what's crawling around, trying not to step on bugs. Well, the odd-colored ones anyways. The ones that aren't, I'm not really too concerned about. And yes, I do I do like the new profile picture. I don't recall what your old one was, but I know it was blue. So the frog really stands out. Isn't it so unnerving looking at Console 11 comparatively to the rest of the Pikachus? Just seeing that little slight tinge, to me it's not that far off, but to me it's just that amount more saturated where I could believe it's shiny. That said, obviously it's not, so it keeps kind of blue balling me, but that'll be the first quad chew of the day, so that's kind of neat. Can't complain. Looks like this next encounter after this reset, we will be at 274,000 total encounters for the series. That is something. That is something for sure. Is Canada boring? I know the stereotype is that people are really nice. I mean, I don't know. Realistically, I think Canada is probably similar to most other places in the United States. There's a lot more space. Like, we have, I think it's like 36 million or 38 million, something like that, people in the entire country. Meanwhile, I believe it's rather Los Angeles or California, one of the two. Don't scrutinize me if I'm wrong there. That has a larger population than Canada on its own. So a lot of fields when you drive. Nothing shiny on the 274. That's okay though. A lot of fields when you drive, but in the cities, once you actually get into them, they're the same as anything else you would expect. Yeah, we still have like million plus people cities, 2 million plus, but that's about as big as they get. I don't know how many people are in Toronto. That might be, I don't know. I'm not even gonna guess. I'm not even gonna guess. But no, I wouldn't say it's necessarily boring. But I will say that the people are not nice. Not in this part of Canada anyway. I mean, they can be, but for the most part, people are dicks. That said, I've never been to the States, so I don't really have the power of comparison there. P-Quad Shoe, I love that. Was that all worms, Onovan? I thought I saw a Metapod there, but I guess I could have been tripping. Some sort of inception. Surely a quad chew followed by all worms. It's signaling of some sort. I don't know what sort. At least 3. Okay, so what is it? California then? I think it's California. How many people are in California? Also, that's 3 million in LA. That's it. Seriously? We have cities here that are like Edmonton and Calgary. Those are like 1.5 million. I'm surprised LA doesn't. California. Yeah, it's California. My bad. So yeah, California single-handedly has more people than Canada. Just to put that into perspective. 39 million in California, 38 million in Canada, so... If you look at the landmass comparison, it's pretty insane, actually. To think about the density in general. There's no Queen of England, and England is my city. England is your city. That is one of the most interesting things I've read today. England, the largest city in the world. I can see it on billboards now. Next, United States. Largest town on the hemisphere. Is California literally 11 times the size of Germany? That sounds debatable, but I could be wrong. Could be wrong. Hey there, Jack of Spades. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing fantastic today. Thanks for stopping by. How's your Thursday? Anything special going on today? Anything fun happen to you? And yeah, thanks for that plug there. If you guys want to like the stream, thanks. If not, understand that too. Thanks for stopping by. You know, I was downloading one of the archives the other day because I accidentally didn't record it in OBS, so oops. But when I was looking through, it shows the like the like-dislike ratio count, whatever you want to call it. And there's been somebody recurrently disliking the Nuzlocke streams, which kind of surprised me. Found that interesting. You can tell by the ratios, it's one person every time, but somebody purposefully goes into just those streams to pop a dislike. So I thought that was kind of funny. In fact, I continue to think it's funny. We all live in Ohio. Everybody. Every single one of you. All Ohio. Were you there when I was a meme? England is my city. You know, that sounds like something I've heard before. It sounds like something out of a rap lyric, perhaps, if my memory serves me correct. But no, that's not something I can say I recall specifically. Very muddy out here. I've been pulling trucks all day. I ain't built for hauling steel cable. Oh, yes you are. You're a unit. Don't say that. But yeah, the mud's definitely gross. Unfortunate. I have my new mountain bike actually just came in yesterday. It's in Edmonton. Shipped it from the Yukon. And I was so excited to go to the downhill park this weekend and ride it, but unfortunately, it is rainy as shite, and I don't think it's going to be suitable. So, oh, I saw that Kakuna, and I thought it was green. Whew, scared me. But yeah, it's unfortunate. It's too wet to do that, so might be staying in the house. Locality, it's 155 square miles. Germany is like 130. That's still remarkably close. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't even think it would be near that close. That's insane. Seems like Korra behavior. I went through and liked all the stream recordings on Sunday when you were late. Oh, well, thank you. Sitting there waiting, you're like, ah, fuck this guy. I need something to do. I guess I can like. Just this one time, though. Just like once every 3 months, just like everything. Otherwise, never like when you drop in. No, I do appreciate that, though. Thank you. And no, it's, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I did consider not streaming. But, I don't know. It's a release for me. I enjoy it. And as much as I was reluctant or apprehensive to begin with, because I just didn't really have wasn't really in the greatest mood, didn't really have the motivation. Getting on definitely helped, so I'm happy I did it. Oh, excuse me. Guess we don't just need the burp counter on the VR streams. Need one on the regular ones too. My bad. Cora only dislikes the stream when Billen tells her she's wrong about the shiny. Yeah, in that case, I think she'd be disliking a lot more, honestly. Do you measure your units and toothpicks? Surely. That's the only measuring tool I use ever. And no, so I didn't find the receipt, QB. I did actually get in contact with the original owner, though, and he is in the process of getting that ready for me. He's going to send it to me. That said, that was 2,000 total phase encounters, by the way. But that said, I just bit the bullet and I bought a newer bike. I went on, it's known as Pink Bike, and I was looking around and I found one I really liked for a good price, so I might part out the old bike if I can get the frame warranted, which I doubt they'll actually cover it, because Kona's kind of a bastard when it comes to that. Then I'll do that, but otherwise, I don't know. It is what it is. Part of the sport. I'll survive. Welcome to the stream, Charizard. Hope you're doing fantastic today. Thanks for stopping by. How's your Thursday? Anything new with you today? Goodness. It's turning into a chat full of Koras. I swear, this is just going to be the ongoing theme. Shiny, 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 shiny. You know, if there weren't 16 things to look at once, I might not believe you quite as quite as recurrently, but well, I don't know. I guess the crying of wolf is kind of starting to set in effect-wise, but we're still getting those butterflies a little bit. And thank you for asking, QB. I am doing all right. I've been having some general mental health struggles lately, but overall I'm doing okay. I'm doing everything I can to better myself and continue on, so that's all a person can do. It's part of living. I understand that, but thank you for asking. I appreciate that. Glad the new one's secured, even if you couldn't take it out yet. Yeah, I'm just happy I was able to find another one I liked, honestly. The bike market is tough. Like, the used market, anyway, is tough, because like, you can find the bike you want, and you can find it at a good price, but then whoever bought it was 6 inches shorter than you and bought a small frame. Well, fuck me, I can't fit on a small frame. I'm 6 feet tall, thank you very much. So, for some reason, it's pretty hard to find large frame bikes. But I found one. I did. I actually have an XL frame on my other bike, but I fit a large on my previous. So hopefully this one also fits. I'll be sad if it doesn't, because I never got to see it other than photos. Precision crafted to 1mm by 1mm to satisfy the Quebecois. Funny to think you could just satisfy them that easily. I think that's more of a separatist thing. If you let them split, they might be happy, but I'm not sure if the toothpicks will quite suffice. Started to play Paper Mario: The 1,000-Year Door. Wow, that's one I haven't played in a while. Are you playing? Because they made a remaster, right? Are you doing the remaster or the original? I actually have the original, and I bought it from a collection, and I never played it, so I've got to do that soon. Definitely gonna do that soon. But yeah, bad times are just times that are bad. They do come, they do go. And as long as you live life with a philosophy understanding that you can't really always take baggage home with you, or you can't always dwell on the bad times, and things get better. Yeah, everyday progress is progress. That is correct. As long as you're doing your best and you're trying your hardest, that's what matters. That's all you can do in this world. Are you playing GameCube or so? Oh, of course. Great question. Monkey bike vibes? Monkey bike. That's one I haven't heard before. You know what? Just for you, I'll look and see if I can find one of them squeeze bulb horns on Marketplace. I do need one though, honestly, like a regular bell. Because having it on trails when you're going down and there might be people walking, it's actually quite advantageous. You'd be surprised how many people ignore like a speaker or something on your back, but you ring a bell once and they're like, oh fuck, what was that? Meanwhile, you hear like a Millie playing in the background at, you know, 100% volume. And you're like, oh no, nothing's different. That's just atmospheric noise. Surely there's not a human attached to that. Yeah, how is the remaster? That said, I guess if you never played the original, you might not have a comparison in mind, but I mean, I don't know. The original looks pretty amazing. I don't know if they could really improve much, honestly. Looked pretty fantastic, if I say so myself. Can't have good days without bad. Hopefully it's all up from here. You might be on a roller coaster with ups and downs, but you're always going to be trending up, man. Lots of love, dude. Hey, I appreciate you, man. And same goes to you and all of you in the chat. Know that you're loved, cared, and appreciated. And if you ever feel like you need a safe space, well, here's the spot. And if we're not live, you can always go in the Discord. And if not anybody else, I'll always be happy to talk and help you all through stuff. But no, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And that's probably because Charizard, I imagine, I could be wrong. No, I'm probably wrong. I was going to say it's probably because it's a GameCube game, but I know Dolphin Emulator is specifically made to do that, and I'm sure there's more graphically intensive games than the 1,000-Year Door, especially considering the 2D aspect of it. And to be fair, they can have the toothpicks or they can have the brimstone. You gotta choose one. Can't have them all. Once removed from all worms. They just won't let us have it, guys. They won't let us have it. You have a loose 1,000-Year Door, Jack? What a nice fellow. Yeah, I appreciate that, QB. I'm sure you heard my disclaimer there a moment ago, but you are loved as well. Thank you so much. The support definitely means a lot. And I know that just sounds like something that one just reciprocates out of habit, but I genuinely do. I do mean that. That's a very important thing to have. So, very, very kind of you. I lost my spot. Damn it. Oh, there we are. One day. You're not hurting too much for it. I mean, to be fair, you just bought the Switch version, so I could understand. You buy the Switch version, it's like, well, I could get the old one now, but like, which one do I play? One of them's got to hang up on the shelf, and then are you going to do a second playthrough immediately after? Probably not. Probably not. God. Ah, Amelie, the sound of nature. You can just hear Lil Wayne whistling through the trees. Yeah, I've definitely heard that a few times. Oh, the pre-technology days, right? Might end up being a copy of Madden 08 in a very obviously fake 1,000-Year Door case, but you can trust me, bro. Yeah, dude. Source, just trust me. It's the internet. What's not to trust? Have you never trusted an internet stranger? They don't do you wrong. I'm not gaslighting you, you're crazy. It's all downhill from here on the bike because that's how mountain biking works. That is also fair. You got a very good point there. You got a very good point there. I'm excited to hit some downhill though. This is the most capable bike I've had so far. It is got the farthest suspension travel. It's the newest bike I've ever had. Actually, yes it is. I'm excited to see how it rides, because I haven't ever sat on one of them before. I just did my research, saw how it looked, realized it's in good shape, and went from there. So, hopefully I get it here and it's in one piece. But luckily, paid through PayPal and goods and services. Paid through PayPal, goods and services. Sorry, English is hard. Once removed, oh no, twice removed from all worms. Shit. But anyway, if anything's wrong with it, I specified that it's got to be what it's got to be, and I can just get my money back. So that's not a huge deal, honestly. Not a huge deal. It's amazing, super faithful, just sharper in every way. That's awesome. That's awesome. I'm definitely excited to see some playthroughs there and see just how much better they've made it. I'm sure they've done quite a bit. Cousin gave it to me for free. Nice, nice. Well, Charizard, one day maybe I'll bring that up, and perhaps you'll have to follow through with your words, so... heed what you've said. Hey there, Jam. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're having a fantastic Thursday. What's going on with you? What's new? You're streaming today, right? I assume you're just getting ready for stream? Internet people are super trustful. Abraham Lincoln said that. Yeah, it's actually written into that memorial statue, believe it or not. Look real close on the inside of the left shoe. Get a microscope, really just pop your face in there, and you'll find it. No one will bug you for looking dumb. Everyone does it. Snorlax signal lamp. All right. Oh, are you trying to figure out those names again? Like Venusaur mailbox, Charizard telephone. Is that what you're doing? I kind of missed that for a sec. Got the crab. Plankton crabs. SpongeBob. Says the SpongeBob fanatic. I didn't forget that. Couldn't forget that anyway. Yep, as usual, gotta get my pop in here, though, and hang out before. How's hunting going? Well, thanks for stopping by. It does mean a lot. Hunting so far has been, well, it's been a hunt. It's been a hunt. Having fun. I feel like I'm at a pretty good pace today. Moving quickly. Moving with haste. Towards a no finish line race, I suppose. But I'm excited to see what happens today. Stay on for a few hours, hopefully get something cool. A shiny's a shiny, but orange mouse, dude. I won't bitch at an orange mouse, and if I do, then I'll eat my words. At one of these points, anyway. Been to DC, I have a picture of it. See, I knew that. Charizard never lets me down. You got that, like, 100 times zoom on the phone, or what? Surely that's the only way you were able to get a clear, concise capture. Oof, alliteration. That was delicious. Delicious, not daunting. Serenade us with, it's the best. Oh, God. If anything in my voice resonated with such a pitch, I might. May not come as obvious, but I don't really do too well with the higher pitches. Then again, please don't test that theory and ask me to sing something lower, because I will also not sound good. I sound good in the comfort of my own shower, you know, when the acoustics are really going hard, and I'm the only one there, and my phone's playing in the background. That tends to be where I excel most. Couldn't tell you why. No, surely no correlative reason, just coincidence. Goodness. Yeah, you know, it's funny you say that, though. I actually, for the longest time, really wanted to learn how to sing. And I suppose I still could. The only one stopping me is me. Because you'll hear a lot of people say, like, especially talented people, who actually know how to sing. It's a taught thing. I mean, you're not born to sing well. Well, some people are, but it's definitely something that takes time and with effort most people can do, I would say. But yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know. Not near as talented as I'd like to be. I'd love to be able to hit those like Loic Notet high notes, but that man is much more talented than I. Good fucking luck. Yeah, just dust those records off. Whew. See how they sound. Yeah, if it's a Billen record, I don't know. It's probably, you're probably gonna want to return it. Let's just say that. What's your favorite genre of music? Now that's a fantastic question. I don't necessarily know if I'd say I have a favorite. I really enjoy all genres, but if I were to choose a favorite, I have really always loved rap music, and I know that's a very broad term because there's many different kinds of rap. But I love many different kinds of rap. You know, like I like grunge stuff. I like, you know, I don't know. I like anything. As long as there's artistic value to it, I will enjoy it. So I'm pretty easygoing when it comes to that. But I'll say if we're going like a lifelong enjoyment and current preference, EDM is the way to go. I grew up on like I remember when like waiting for the Bangarang album to drop in 2011. A lot of like Scary Monsters, Nice Sprites, Flux Pavilion. I'm forgetting names now, actually. Jeez. Mode Step, that kind of stuff. Oh, what's that other one? Alvin Risk. Anyway, EDM's probably my favorite. I love EDM. I got to see Skrillex in concert last year, and I had so much fun. So fun. Yeah, I'll just pop right into Canadian Idol right away. You know, totally not staged, and they totally don't predetermine the winner and like call people and pay them just to show up. No, couldn't be them. The Pikachu. And hey, it's okay, KT. Don't worry. That's all right. We'll just take that badge off your name right there and toss the mod spot to somebody else. Maybe Charizard wants it. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, that privilege is definitely revoked. So Onovan said he was kidding, but I don't know if that was actually the case. Ooh, rap/lyrical rap is good, or old school. Yeah, I mean it's all good really, as long as it's not. I don't know. There's a lot of rap music that honestly even has like relatively purposeless lyrics, and I still do enjoy it. But there's two sides of the spectrum. I mean, there's the melody, and then there's the actual the lyricism, right? And I find as long as one it really hits, I'm not too picky. But I am pretty critical of lyricism as well. I oftentimes will kind of deep dive into lyrics, and I'll listen to something for a week and then look, I'll be like, what the fuck? Someone actually wrote that and then made money off of that statement? Like, that is ridiculous, but that's just how it goes. Yeah, step down. Aesop Rock. I don't know if that's a half-assed joke referencing ASAP Rocky, or if that's a genre. If that's a genre, I'm unfamiliar. If not, and it was the former, then that's funny. Them's the rules, kiddo. Lurk away. Watch the badge just disappear. First late, now cursing? Mega jail. Oh, KT saying some bad stuff. Dude's always doing that. Apparently mom lets him. I don't know, I think we should tell on him though. Send him to the ranch. I was not ready for Skrillex to do the intro song for Kingdom Hearts 3. Jaw fully dropped on that. I've not familiarized myself with Kingdom Hearts 3, but now I'm gonna have to, based on you saying that. Actually, I'm gonna take a screenshot here so I don't forget. Interesting, very interesting. And you know, when I found Skrillex was playing near me, I went and I listened to some of his new music, and I was at first kind of up in the air about what I thought, but after listening to some of the newer stuff, like Rumble specifically, oh, I love that. I love that. I love UK rap. And when you take that and you mix it with EDM, that is like one of the most disgustingly beautiful things I've ever heard. And you may have another opinion, but I just won't agree with it. One of my first favorite songs actually was Scata by Skrillex and Foreign Beggars back in like 2012, maybe? 2011, somewhere around there. Fantastic, fantastic. Oh no. Oh no, oh no. There we are. Yeah, they you know, if they did the research, I don't know if I'd stand a chance, but as long as they don't do their research, Jam, and I rely on that, then I think I'd be good. As a good, there's a lot of rock subgenres, hard rock and math rock that I'm really into. Math rock, deadass? Are we talking like multiplication or what? That's some absolutely slaps. Shame. KH3 sucks butt cheek. Which butt cheek? Not familiar, also. Yeah, okay, so I was wrong on both accounts. No, I'm not familiar with Aesop. Aesop Rock. That sounds so weird to say when I know A$AP Rocky as a name. It's peculiarly familiar in the, well, like I said, most peculiar way. Talking about rappers who make money for saying nothing. Yeah, that's unfortunately all too common, but that's also just the internet as well. I mean, half of the Facebook, TikTok doom scrolling shit content is, well, just as it is. You get like 20 million views on a short that has no substance, just because usually it's rage bait or something like that, but yeah, I shouldn't be shocked that it blows over to the music industry as well, honestly. And then, no, I haven't played Kingdom Hearts at all, honestly. I tend to stay pretty, I don't know. I don't look into as much as I should. I tend to expand, like, my horizons when it comes to music and games and stuff. Simply based on when I get curious. People will tell me about stuff, like in person, and this is more so a past thing that I'm trying to stop, but I have this general, like, someone will tell me something and I just won't take it seriously. I try to, but my brain just doesn't like to absorb that information. 275,000 total series encounters. Let's see if number 5 is anything good for us, because the rest of them don't. We go from watching adult cartoons, we become stealthy from hiding it there, and therefore better people. I gotta read that again. What? Parents seriously shouldn't allow that. What aren't we allowing? That's what I missed. We grow from watching adult cartoons and we become stealthy from hiding it from them, and therefore better people. I mean, that's fair, that's fair. Developmentally speaking, I should not have been watching South Park at age 10. But I was, and that definitely didn't help me, let's say that. Definitely didn't help me. Face my fears. I'm not gonna lie, don't think I have. I genuinely don't think I've heard that song. And another screenshot, because I wanna familiarize myself with that as well. You didn't leave the GTA strip when mom knocks on the door. Oh, dude, I can't even tell you how accurate that is. Except my parents never really were responsible enough to give me shit for it. They'd just laugh. I remember when I was like 6 or 7 playing, I want to say like Vice City or something, my parents watched me beat people to death on the street with a dildo and just laughed their asses off. I didn't know why they laughed, but I ended up finding out years later. I'm going to take a second and just read through here and make sure I'm not missing anything, because I am very behind on the chats here. I'm gonna chastise you for saying that, Jam, but I remember the reference. I mean, Math Rock is pretty dope. Snarky puppy. Thank you, scientist. Math Rock is a subgenre, but that reminds me of elementary school. Yeah, I figured it was a subgenre, but I just like to be a smartass sometimes. Cool maps, some great movement tech. I mean, what's the genre even? Like, what kind of games are they? I genuinely am like fully unfamiliar. People are doing nothing for 100k views, and I broke my damn desk for 1k and 5. And the worst part is you probably felt justified in like you probably had some satisfaction doing that. Meanwhile, somebody does absolutely nothing for 100 grand and they're like, or 100,000 views, whatever, $100,000, whatever you want it to be, and you look at that on that scale, and it's comparatively a pin drop, something that just doesn't matter to that person. Holy shit! Just keep getting Pikachus on console 1, eh? The attraction commands just broke up the combat in such a lame way. Worlds were super lackluster. Oof, we got some roasts coming in on Kingdom Hearts. Disrespect. Absolute disrespect. I feel bad too, because I'm pretty sure Jack's told me about Kingdom Hearts before. I'm just not, I don't always pay the most attention, whether purposeful or not. Voice acting was a bit odd. That's the worst part, you know, like, well, I guess it's not the worst part, but I hate when, like, a game's solid and then the voice acting is what breaks it. Like, come on, you could have just done better. Could have just done better, man. Hey there, Benjamin. Welcome to the stream. How's it going today? Thanks for stopping by. How's your Thursday? Anything interesting? Anything special? Just vibing, living life as usual. Holy shit, I caught up. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? That's something that'll stay constant for about 5 minutes until people drop out of the stream. That always happens. I catch up and then people like drop out as I catch up. I got a really bad habit of not being able to maintain balance there. You know, it's funny you say that, QB. I really would love to do voice acting. I feel like that's something I do well with, honestly. In the past, I've done a lot of impressions. Not like fantastic ones, but well enough that I know my voice is adaptable. Oh, as it cracks. I know my voice is adaptable, and I really would love to do that. I don't even know where to start. I feel like if I was going to, getting a platform on YouTube would be like the first start to that, and then like just practicing on stream and letting people roast you. I don't know. But that said, don't ask now. I've got nothing to give. Just working stuff, hey? Having a good day though. Been a pretty upbeat week, so I hope. Toy Story and Frozen Worlds are some of the best in the series so far. Both had super unique fights too. What? And hey there, Cora. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing fantastic. Happy Thursday. Thanks for stopping by. Doing some archives today or what? How's life in the Cora world? Don't even know where to start. Well, you gotta start somewhere. You gotta start somewhere. That's a damn fact. It was hard, but... Oh, damn. F's in the chat for KT. That's rough. That's rough. Autosave can both save and break a person. Sometimes it saves, sometimes it ruins the day. Sorry about that, dude. That's unfortunate. You'll get her back soon, though. I know it. Time to get back on that grind, my dude. Time to get back on the grind. Hated the goofy sled minigames every single time. So annoying, but other than that, Frozen World had so many opportunities and had all the... Every time you say Frozen World, I think, like the movie Frozen. Or this, I guess it's a series. Are there more than one? I don't know. Surely that's not what you're referencing. Didn't like the part where you had to jump on the flying heartless to fight the sky dragon. Same boss was way cooler. Yeah, that's some fucking... That's some gibberish to me, my friend. But, so is this like a full, like, is it like a 3D platformer then, I take it? I would assume so. I took it for more of like a... I don't even know what genre I would call that. I just had a picture of it in my mind. And it wasn't necessarily that. And yes, that's a fair point, but I felt like I was playing a worse fanfiction remake of the original... Okay, so it literally does involve Disney World. Okay, I thought I was crazy when I was reading that before, so I just kind of kept my words from out of there, but that's interesting. It literally involves Disney Worlds. What the hell? That's... How do they even, like, get the licensing for that? I mean, surely it's large enough, I guess they just paid for it, but... You know what I mean? That seems surprising, honestly. It sounds really cool, though. What the hell? 3D platformer, hack and slash. I don't know why. The second you said that, all my brain could think of was Blade and Sorcery. Which, I really should play that soon. I got a good PC, I got VR. I should mod the shit out of Blade and Sorcery and play that. I have it, I just haven't played it too much. I played, actually, when I moved into my house, like, 7 months ago. But not really much past that, honestly. Just, like, one day. I feel like I didn't know enough about it to fully get into it, and, like... I think there was, like, a storyline they added in, or some sort of mod or something, and I couldn't figure out how to do it, or I was waiting for an update or something. But... Anyway. When I think hack and slash 3D platformer, that's what I think of. If that's even the proper way to reference it, honestly. With Star Fox Space Combat. That's kind of cool. Sounds like this is kind of like an all over the place, like all encompassing type of game, honestly. Kingdom Hearts has worked with Disney and Square Enix. World Ends With You, Final Fantasy. Cool. I'm surprised that's not something that I knew. Then again, I say that like I'm just the holder of all knowledge. Surely that's definitely not the case. But that's just something I really just wasn't aware of at all. Hey there, Sanity. Welcome to the stream. Happy to see you. Hope you're having a fantastic Thursday. And yeah, hope it's been a pretty good week for you. What's going on? Anything new? Anything special? I feel like when I say those little rants, I repeat myself. But my brain works in such a way that I just say stuff, and I don't know if I'm pre-planning in my head or not, but I say stuff, and like whatever I said, the word previous, just kind of goes moot, and I completely wipe that in favor of... Oh, shit. Why? Why would you do that? Completely wipe it in favor of like a fluent, congruent sentence following. Doesn't work out well, dude. Doesn't work out well. Hercules, Tarzan, Alice in Wonderland, Aladdin, Pinocchio. Okay, I'm not gonna... Those are all referenced in Kingdom Hearts? Is that what you're saying? If so, Jesus Christ. That's sick. Snatched my third of 6 shiny Tatsugiri. Ooh, nice, nice, nice. That's kind of a daunting hunt. I think a couple of them are, like, really obscure, aren't they? As far as, like, being able to discern them. Oh, the Kingdom Hearts protagonist is in Smash Ultimate. Okay, that's a little less surprising. Because, I mean... I kind of... You see a lot of characters in Smash from other stuff. But then again, I don't really play Smash that much either, so I don't know why I'm saying that shit. Did I miss anything up there? No, I didn't. Okay, perfect. You're specified the game, not the worlds, if you're just listening to Disney Pixar IPs and the Kingdom Hearts franchise. Now I've really got such a peculiar image of this game. Such a... I don't know, I'm so confused now. That was not even close to what I thought it was. So I'm just trying to rationalize this in my head. And I'm probably going to think of it until I'm off stream. Hey there, Rafi, how's it going? Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're having a fantastic Thursday. Welcome to the stream. Anything special going on today? Anything new? Anything enticing in the Rafi world? And, not much. We're just hunting away. Just waiting for something to pop up. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say that, because shit's popping up constantly. Just not what I want, unfortunately. Being disrespected. Disrespected by the RNG, dude. I was listening to as many of the Disney IPs as I could think of off the top of my head in the main series. Confused Jack, did ya? Confused Jack, did ya? That's crazy. I was gonna say crazy or insane, and I mixed the two. That is insane, though. Like, I don't even understand how those would work together. Are they like different worlds? How does that... What the hell? And my question's been answered. They're fully playable worlds. How in depth do they go? Are they very accurate to the original? Are they adaptations? Oh, wow. I feel like I've said that quite a bit, but still shocked. 2 of the orange and 1 of the pink through outbreaks. Nice, nice. Oh, Dodonzo is such a sick shiny, dude. I love me a big yellow fellow. It is yellow, right? Yellow and white, I think. Awesome shiny. Yeah, I mean, thankfully, not too hard to spot either. They had to manage licensing with Square and Disney. Oh, I see. So it was kind of... The issue is the fact that there was 2 different companies to work with in order to make that a possibility. Yeah, I could see that being a pain. Definitely could. Hey there, Rafu. Thanks for subscribing. Appreciate that. Thanks for being a... I thought that was Rafi for a sec. I was like, surely Rafi subscribed. What the hell? But thank you very much for supporting the channel. I appreciate that. It's very much obliged, and I'm glad to see you're enjoying the content. And now I lost my spot. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. At least I'm not the only one. That's a bright side for sure. Favorite villain or antagonist team in all of Pokemon? Would it be a cop-out to go with Rocket? I mean, to be... Okay, Rafu. I wasn't sure. I genuinely... I didn't know if it was like the straight... Like if it was the screen name that showed, or if it... I thought it would be identical to the screen name on there, honestly, like based on like chat to screen. So that was confusing there, but thank you. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Excuse me. Yeah, I feel like that'd be a cop-out. But like, I just love how stupid Team Rocket was designed to be. I feel like that's just kinda hilarious. But as far as like main series games go and all of the teams throughout, I can't really say any have stuck in my mind much other than Aqua and Magma. Not gonna lie. Drop distance. What's a drop distance? Sounds like how far something goes when you let go of it. Forgot how bad of an idea having 2 different YouTube videos about Pokemon going on at the same time. Oh yeah, that's, I mean, 2 different videos at all in general, if they both have speech, is definitely not going to do well for the old noggin. Not me anyway. I can hardly pay attention to one thing at once. How I do this? I think it's a literal blessing. What else could it be? Just cracked a beer. Nice, nice, nice. Gotta love it. What kind of beer? I'm not like the hugest beer fan in general. I love ginger beer, that's for damn sure. Ginger beer is a favorite of mine. Otherwise, I'm kind of like a craft beer or Corona guy. I do like craft beer though. And I love how, you know, 1 or 2 cans can get a guy cut. None of the yellow. None of the yellow. Well, soon enough, soon enough. Is it that similar to the orange, though? I haven't played in a long time, Scarlet or Violet, so I can't really say... Well, and I didn't see their shinies when I played anyway, so I can't say that I really recall. The shiny, the shiny. Yeah, an actual evil team would be nice. I mean, some of the motivators. Oh, boys, there we go, ladies and gents. We got all fucking worms. Oh, that is wonderful. What a satisfying... Oh, that wasn't satisfying. What the hell? Well, Oh, neither was that. Oh my good Christ. Okay, it's... I think we got it fixed. Okay, we're working. But yeah, I feel like they haven't put much heart into making the teams, like, as true to the kind of like... I don't feel like they hold the same ideological ideals, of which, in the basis of the start of the series, they were meant to. Like, I think they've kind of veered away into more of a calmer, kid-friendly vibe, which is fair, but at the same time, not like super lovable. Ooh, IPA. I will say, if I'm gonna have any beer, an IPA is probably one of my favorites. I love like very bitter things. Like I enjoy grapefruit and cranberry. I've been known, seldom, but I've been known to eat grapefruit, like just on its own before. Just cut the bitch and eat it. I still do make a little bit of a face, but I enjoy it nevertheless. Oh, dude, I didn't even think about N's team. That's fair. That is fair. Damn, look at me not putting my thinking cap on. One of these days I will. Yeah, I never hunted for those, like any of the Tatsugiri or... Well, I didn't really do much shiny hunting at all in Scarlet and Violet, to be honest. Just because, personally speaking, and this was when I was playing it, I can't really speak for now, but at that point, I was building up my Gen 3 shiny hunt setup, and I was doing quad console hunts before, like on Gen 3 as well. And I just felt like going from the base odds in the old series to base odds in the new series, as well as like having sandwiches and stuff, just didn't really appeal to me too much. Granted, I have shinies in the game, but like, I don't know, I feel like I don't resonate with them as much. Maybe not resonate, I don't know. I don't value them as much as I should, just based on the fact that they're easy to get. Yeah, it's like people say, you know, your parents buy you a car for your 16th and you'll love it, but you buy yourself a car on your 16th and you'll grow to appreciate it a lot more. You know. Big fan of the water team with Drizzle. Yeah, I'd be feigning a statement if I said that I recalled any specifics, if I'm honest. My brain makes room for things that are necessary, and some unnecessary things stick, and that's just how it works. Ooh, a 3-chew. Nice. Nice. Love to see that. Free from tests tomorrow, luckily. Have you... Free from tests? What do you mean? Like, are you in like college, or like high school, like testing, or do you mean like blood testing? Many types of tests in the world, Sanity. Many kinds. I don't know where that came from, QB, but I'll tell you that I love pineapple pizza. That's a damn fact. That stuff is delicious. Then again, I just thought about it. Have you ever heard of anybody, rather, that specifically had just pineapple on the pizza? And obviously cheese and sauce. Let's not get into the stupid nitty-gritty. But have you ever heard of anybody just having pineapple? Because I can't say I have. It's always pineapple and a subset, which I suppose makes sense. Sweet and salty, sweet and savory. Big fan of like chicken and pineapple, or ham and pineapple, bacon and pineapple. Yes, I know they come from the same animal, but they taste different. Excuse me. Yeah, Jack, I feel rude, because I know you've talked to me about Kingdom Hearts a lot, and I know you told me how much you loved it too, but I don't know if we got into like a very in-depth conversation about it enough for me to put that to memory. That, or I don't know if you really showed me much, other than maybe like a video or two of you playing it on your own time. All worms again, hell yeah. We love the world of worms. You know, I think we're kind of in a similar boat, Sanity, because that is, I'm not doing outbreak hunts, I'll tell you. I keep getting the same damn shiny. Granted, when you have a bunch of them, it's easy to get the same one, but come on, give me a break. Give me something new, man. Give me something new. School tests, nice. What kind of school tests? I guess more specifically, what do you have tomorrow? As you said, after tomorrow, you're free of tests. Is it something challenging? Something that you you excel in? I swear, people just drop out every time I mention pineapple pizza, dude. You even like think you have a reminiscent thought of pineapple pizza, and they're like, "Oh, dude, I sense it. It's time to go." Trying to get out of the damn conflict immediately. 4 separate outbreaks specifically on glass. I actually don't know how to say that. Glaciado Mountain. I didn't even think of that. There's names of the mountains in the games. God, see, this is just how little I pay attention. I have such a narrow vision when it comes to video games. I don't know why. Pineapples alone are insane. Same with basically anything. Grilled pineapples are absolutely fire. You know, I haven't had a grilled pineapple in a while, but I'll say that's true. You get a nice little bit of char on it. Oh, I wonder if you could make like a... Please don't scrutinize me for saying this, guys. I wonder if you could make, and maybe it exists, but like a pineapple burger patty. Like, I know it wouldn't really taste like a burger patty, but... And I mean, I guess you could do it. Moreover, I mean, like, I wonder if anybody's done that and successfully found a way to make it taste good and not moisten the bun at the same time. Then again, what would you put in that's savory? Like bacon. Yeah, you would. You would. Damn. Yeah, I've seen people eat it, savory, ham and stuff, just pineapple when I was in school. Really? I've never seen a pizza with just cheese and pineapple. That's weird, dude. Maybe I did. Perhaps I'm just misremembering or selectively remembering, because... I mean, I've seen a lot of shit in the last 24 years, that's for sure. That is for damn sure. You know one thing that fucks with my head? You know, like, you have your birthday, like, say my birthday's in September and I turn 25. You're like, oh, woo! Yay, I'm 25! Here goes my 25th year. Yeah, literally. That's the end of the 25th year. That's the end. It's not the start. Anyone ever think of that? Like, your first birthday, you're like, oh yeah, he's finally won. Yeah, he's finished the first year. He's done. He's going on to 2, dude. I don't know if that's just, like... something that only I was baffled by when I heard recently in the last couple of years, and like actually thought about it, but I never put that to mind as I should have, you know? Ends Rain Team is Politoed, Lantern, Tentacruel, Amistar, Kabutops, and Starmie, all level 75. Oof. That sounds like a pain in the ass. Then again, I don't know any specific, like if there's any weaknesses and like 4x weaknesses due to typing advantages or whatnot, but that sounds like a stacked team, that's for sure. As for any particular subjects I was good at in school, I would say the one that I excelled in the most, I mean Spanish for one, but I'm not going to count that because it's not a main subject. I was good in Spanish in high school, but particularly QB, English, language arts. And you hear that, you're like, oh, that's boring, right? But, and I always thought that too until I got into high school and we got to do actual literary analysis, and I got to read through different stories, and I realized I really enjoyed it when I was able to hear, like, we do these things where we read through a story, And then we would stop in the middle of things to talk about it, and I'd always put up my hand and be like, oh yeah, this character is alluding to this, which was referenced 10 lines ago, yada yada, and you know, through smoke and mirrors, whatever. And the teacher would always look at me and he'd be like, wow, that is insane that you put that together. That's so cool. And I'm not trying to like inflate my own ego or anything. I genuinely did really well in that class, and I enjoyed the shit out of it. And that's when I learned that I had really good analytical skills when it came to like that to me is translated to movies and books really well. Obviously books given the context, but it's really given me a love for different types of art, and that's where like I said, I'm very critical of song lyrics at times. I think that's why. I think once I learned that about myself and I started exploring that, I transferred that to music, and then that's where I began to enjoy more like a broader net of genres, because I got to appreciate songs for stuff other than just a melody. We're at 276,000 total Living Dex encounters for the series. Let's see if we get anything lucky. Lucky. Yeah, pineapple burger patty. I feel like that'd be really good, honestly. Especially for somebody who's like a vegetarian or a vegan. I feel like there'd be a perceivable upside to that. Use pineapples in a kebab with peppers and savory sauce. Oh, dude, that sounds delicious. That sounds absolutely fantastic. You know, until I was about 10 years old and I was in Mexico and I tried candy with like, they had like, it was like habanero mango stuff. I thought it was disgusting. Then I tried it. And I was like, oh, this is gross. And I tried it again. And I was like, oh, this isn't bad. And I tried it again and I realized, holy shit, this tastes good. I genuinely enjoy this. Look at me. I'm 11 years old, 10 years old, learning the principles of opposites attracting, essentially. But yeah, definitely a worthwhile flavor profile to try out. You also eat it in taquito and stuff. Ooh, that'd be good. I've never had a taquito with anything sweet in it. I found any taquitos I've ever had are always... Sorry, I gotta find a comfortable way to sit. Oh, antsy. But any taquitos I've had have always been savory, I think. Like, every single one. I don't think I've ever had any taquito unless it was, like, dipped in a sweet sauce, maybe. But even then, no, I don't really tend to dip taquitos. I just fucking munch them. Hey, Jen. What's up? Not much? You vibing? Aw, look at you in your little outfit. Your little Jan outfit. Okay, just had to make sure I wasn't going to skip over a shiny there. That would have been ass. Could have been a poet. Could have been a poet. I will say, I definitely... On the analytical side of things, excel very well. On the creative side of things, I haven't really tried, honestly. Perhaps I should. But if I were going to do that, I think I would, as boring as it may seem comparatively to what I was just referencing, I most likely would have, or I guess hypothetically in the future, I would most likely gear towards making music. But of that, it probably wouldn't be lyrically intense music. I would like to make EDM. That's something I've been toying with for a while, and I've got like a keyboard with a MIDI controller and all that stuff. And one thing I could do, I guess, is I could use my own voice and synthesize it and edit it for hooks and stuff, because I mean your voice does not have to be your voice. You can make it sound like whatever the hell you want with computer software. So I'd like to do maybe stuff like that, and then make electronic tracks to go with it, or to integrate with it, however. But unfortunately, I just, like, that's something, if I had the time, I would be doing now. I just feel like on my list of priorities, that it's a want, but it's just not up there. It's not, It's just one more thing I'd have to push something else to the side for, and I'd like to be in a position where maybe I'm not working as much or at all till I go to pursue those things, because I don't want to do it half-assed, and I don't want to burn myself out either, right? You got to find a balance for sure. Pineapple, pico de gallo, avocado, onion, jalapeno, tomato, and a taquito. Well, guess who's gonna pop a quick screenshot of that? And I swear I do go through them. Not necessarily as often as I should, but I do. It sounds really good. Damn. You ever throw some cilantro in there? I feel like some cilantro would really cap that off, but I know that's a very flip-floppy flavor for people. Like, you either love cilantro or you hate it. Stereo. Oh, excuse me. Fuck. Stereotypically, anyway. Myself, I can't get enough of it. I think the first time I tasted cilantro, I put the food in my mouth. I don't remember what it was, but what I do recall specifically was was looking at whoever made it or wherever I got it from and saying, what is in this? There is a taste in this I've never had before, and it is delicious. And I sat there for like 2 minutes trying to describe it, and all of a sudden they're like, oh, is it cilantro? You like cilantro? I'm like, I don't fucking know. That's what I'm asking you. Probably. And yep, that's where my ever-growing love began. And now I got cilantro in my fridge right now that I'm thinking, ooh, maybe I'll make some nachos for. I bought some golden corn chips the other day. Oof. Oof. I made a homemade hummus yesterday, too. That was really good. And I say homemade, like I had tahina, and I had like the chickpea blend shit in a can, and then I just mixed like some garlic powder, some garlic, some salt, some lemon juice, and had some chips with that, and oh my god, it was good. But I am getting way off topic. I do appreciate that, QB. Very, very sweet. Love the support. At some point, we'll get there. We'll get there, but patience is a virtue, and with time, we will see success. And hopefully I can get out of the whole working to live type thing, and more so live to work, but we'll see. I'm young nevertheless. Young nevertheless. 4,000 phase encounters, and we've been duped. We've been duped, my friends. Absolutely smacked. Oh, lucky you, Jack. I want to go to Texas. I want to go to Texas so bad. Then again, it's not like I couldn't. I am going on a vacation this year. I'm just choosing to go somewhere else. I feel like if you're going on vacation... Oh, excuse me. I feel like if you're going on vacation, Texas isn't really the place to go on a vacation. I feel like that's somewhere you visit along the way. Like, yeah, I'm going here. Like I'm going to, I don't know where it's on the way, but I'm going to here. So I'm gonna have a layover in Texas, stay there for a day, you know, get some food while you're there, get drunk, go to a bar next day, do your thing. I can't imagine there's more than like a couple days worth of stuff to do in any given town anyway. But I don't know. I'm speaking out of my arse, honestly. Loaded baked potato. What's different about their loaded baked potato compared to what we have? If I may ask. Can be good. Oh my god, cilantro can be good. Don't break my heart here now. Are you not a cilantro lover? I'm not a yawn lover. Jesus. I wasn't born to be. The onion really makes the pico de gallo stand out, but it's up to you. That's fair, that's fair. You don't necessarily want to throw in too many conflicting flavors. And I suppose onion is a very, like a more potent, sharp flavor that should stand out on its own. Competing with something else, it might be weird. So I do see where you're coming from. You know, the heat's nice, though. I don't know exactly how hot it gets in Texas, but I know here, like, we have about... Usually it's like a week out of the summer where we get, like, 32 to 37 degree Celsius. Because I know you Americans are sitting there, like, below, like, freezing temperatures. How is that warm? No. 33 to 37 Celsius. And when we have those weeks here, I love it. I love going for bike rides and just enjoying the heat. I love when I love when the heat feels like it's just like a warm blanket around you, and no matter where you are, like when there's no wind, and it just feels like you're constantly being hugged by it. I don't know. There's something about that is just wonderful. Wonderful. Traffic, however, traffic's bullshit. I live in a city where you can get 15 minutes. Like 15 minutes gets you end to end. Even in heavy traffic, it's like maybe 25 minutes. And that annoys me, honestly. So I don't know what I would do with something that was worse than that. I've never seen a potato weighing a full pound, followed by a half cut up brisket in said potato with onions, bacon bits, sour cream, salsa, chives, etc. That sounds fantastic. I'm definitely a big brisket stan, that's for sure. I fuck with a brisket, a pulled pork. Ooh. Nice brisket sandwich though. Oh my god, I had one from I don't know if Americans have this, but I had one from Montana's. And I know that's probably like a place where you get a comparatively like maybe mid sandwich in reference to, you know, if you lived in Texas or whatever, but I'll tell you, that sandwich was damn good. There's so much brisket on it, and it was just so juicy, and oh. I had it when I was in college. I went to lunch with my bosses, and they bought it for me, and oh, I brought it back to class, and I hardly paid attention, because I was just sitting there constantly thinking about the sandwich, even after I finished it, because then I could smell it. Oh, God. Yeah, I'm hungry too now. Which is funny, because I took a Vyvanse, so... Oh my god. Ugh. I hate when I yawn and I'm not tired. But yeah, usually it's a kind of a appetite suppressant, but it just goes to show how much you're influencing me with the food talk here. It's a really cool thing to do there and go see places full of history. Well, look at me. Look at me being ignorant. The more you know. Well, eventually, at some point in my life, I plan to kind of venture around. I don't know, I'd like to go to, like, every state and visit, like, most countries around the world, but that's something we'll definitely have to see. If I do, though, I'm excited to see the... just get to see the broad, diverse culture and history throughout the United States in general. And the rest of the world, of course. Oh, Cora, crying wolf yet again. Crying wolf. Friendly compared to Alberta, or friendly in general? Because I find here it's kind of flippy-floppy. 50-50, if you will. Texas Roadhouse. I am sure there's another location in the US, but... Oh my god. I've heard about Texas Roadhouse. Is there anything specific about it? Like a specific item that you, if you go there, you're like, yes, this and only this? Or is it kind of like a pick whatever you want, it's going to be good type of place? And I have heard of Whataburger. I actually... Oh, what is their... I think it's a song. I think it's a 99 Neighbors song, if I'm correct. That they mention it in there. Perhaps not. But I heard it in a song. And, yeah, the Whataburger, just as a thought in general, has been stuck in my head based on that song lyric. So that's funny. I don't think it's 99 Neighbors, though. Anyway. Hush puppies and deep fried ice cream are two things that I have only experienced in Texas. I've heard of a hush puppy. I don't know what a hush puppy is. Surely it's not telling the dog to stop barking. I can only assume edible, but jokes aside, I don't really know what that is. Sounds like a breakfast food. Oh, the hush puppies are deep fried ice cream? Or, oh, wait, no, I'm tripping. I think I've had deep fried ice cream once, though. I gotta ask, how the hell does that work? How do you deep fry something that melts, my dude? Am I missing something? I must be missing something. Where will you vacation to? What are the plans if it's not too personal? Are you referencing like where I'm vacationing later this year? Like what I was referencing before, or do you mean in general, just like my future plans? Yeah, no, I'm not worried about sharing that. Yeah, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me at all. Just specify, and I'd be happy to elaborate for you. Oh, cool! A shiny wheel, now gone, because we've ran away. We haven't seen it, and now we're left with regret. Steak and biscuits. Ooh, I like a good biscuit. And I like a good steak. I will say though, I feel like when compared to like a brisket or a pulled pork or something, I feel like steak gets a little bit more of recognition in comparison than it should. Steak is delicious, don't get me wrong, but I feel like a good brisket deserves a little bit more merit than a good steak. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Tell me why I'm wrong. You ever had a blue steak? You know, the cooked blue, or I guess not really cooked, rather. I've heard of that before. Apparently it's fantastic, but kind of scares me. I couldn't imagine it'd be very, very, I don't know, warm. Billen is full of one-lines. OMGW. I'm not even gonna lie, man. I just say shit to say it. You could ask me right now, like, what's one of the things you said in the last 2 minutes? It's gone. I mean, all worms. I said that in the last 2 minutes because I just said it now because I just noticed it's all worms, but that's about it. Seafood broils, big fan of crayfish. Yeah, I would like to try crayfish. I like my sea bugs. As gross as that concept is, I do like them. They are tasty. Big crab fan. Lobster's alright, but I think crab takes the W on that one. What do they call it? Oven... when you... Sorry. I think I just had a stroke trying to read that. Why do they call it oven when you of in the cold food out of hot eat the what the fuck? Vacationing this year, so I've got two plans. One, I'm actually just dealing with getting my passport renewed now, but I'm going to Jamaica in October, I think. It's not booked yet, but we're booking it right away. And then November, I'm vacationing to another part of Canada to go to one of the Eras Tour concerts, which will be fun as well. That'll be a fun time. Pain in the ass to get tickets, but we got lucky, so we weren't gonna go, and then we ended up winning like the little raffle thing for being able to get tickets, and boom, all of a sudden it was a plan. Wow. This overstimulates me so much sometimes, I swear to God. Ooh, a brisket patty. I don't know if I've ever heard of a brisket patty. Like, I've had, like, brisket slices. I don't know if, like, the actual patty shape. That sounds interesting. Ooh, hunting Raikou and sword. That's gotta be a little bit tough, eh? I don't know exactly how the roamers work in sword, but I know, well, it would be a roamer, right? Or is it not? Is that a static encounter? If so, that's definitely a little bit easier. Maybe it's like a roamer until it's static? I don't know. I remember seeing that bald gamer doing... Oh, they're Dynamax encounters. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Long encounters then, though. Like, 1 in 300 is great, but the length on those encounters is kind of ridiculous. We're talking, like, I don't know. Anything over, like, 2 minutes an encounter, which even a minute and a half is a lot for me. That's insane. Yeah, lobster is definitely way overrated. People are like, oh, I'll have the lobster tail, please. Sure. Waste your money. That's good. We can get crab for like $2 more. Get the one that's not rubbery. Do yourself a favor, dude. Get the one with the good damn texture. It's nice that he's letting you use his switch, though. That's funny. Oh, how cool would it have been if we got 4 chews in the center? A quad center chew. I don't even think I've heard of that before. Like a high chew, but better. You know? Yeah, I haven't beat Sword or Shield either. I have both of them. I haven't beat them. I played Sword like halfway through. But given the fact that I loaded it up like last year and I realized I was like 3/4 of the way. Excuse me. Ugh. I was like 3/4 of the way through. And realizing the fact that not only that, but I hadn't recalled any of it, kind of told me all I needed to know. There probably wasn't enough for me to be super interested. Ooh, the Galarian birds. That is one thing I think they did fantastic with. The designs on the Galarian birds are absolutely mint. Change my mind if you will, but it's a strong opinion of mine. Well, I never said he wasn't fighting for it, but I don't know. At the end of the day, shinies must be hunted, and any involved party must heed that. No seafood, hey? That's fair. That's fair. Everybody's got their preferences. Everybody's got their opinions. That's fair. I gotta think of something I don't like food-wise. That's actually, like, that's kind of tough for me to put my finger on. Other than, like, stuff that's overtly, like, I wouldn't eat a snail. That's gross. I wouldn't eat a bull testicle. I had chicken feet once. That was gross. But, like, anything that you would consider, like, a normal food in the Western world, like in Canada and the US, I can't really think of one that I don't like. Ones that I don't prefer, but I don't know, food's food. I like eating food. Becoming more and more enticed to hunt in Gen 3, and I'm blaming you. Well, first of all, that's an issue, not an ish-me, Charizard. So deal with that as you will. Do with that information as you please. Second of all, go ahead and fucking give her. You should. It's a fun time. But you're already pretty deep into the hunts you've been doing now, so proceed with caution. What do you have any of the Gen 3 games at the moment to hunt, or would you have to get some? Yeah, shiny locks are stupid. I see no practical use unless you plan to do an event that's accessible to some extent in the future, which they don't. And then even at that, like, oh my god, wish I could just stop yawning. Even at that, like, I don't know, would I rather get it from an event, or would I rather hunt my own and have the satisfaction? It's the same as, like I said earlier, with you buy your own car versus you're given one. It's the same outcome. It's fantastic, but at the end of the day, getting it myself is going to give me more satisfaction, and I'm probably going to enjoy that a lot more. So yeah, I fall on a weird side of that sword, so to speak. But yeah, they're definitely like the worst thing in the series. I mean, besides the blatant lack of care put into new games, I'd say, aside from that, shiny locks are about the worst thing to happen to these games. Just, it's an utterly nonsensical thing to do. I would love to hear a reasoning for it that made any sort of sense. But they don't give a reasoning because they know it's bullshit. That's my opinion. Anyway. That's it. I just say what I know. You've been reminded, and now I'm reaffirming that, so sorry to you. I suppose one could say that's not an issue. Oh shit, I messed that up. Never mind. I was gonna slyly look into the camera and say that, but I'll do it anyway for dramatic effect, even though I fucked it up. It's an issue. Not an ish-me. Did that work out? Did I get the same effect? I don't think so. Oh, you fucking fuck. There we go. That was silly. That was silly. FireRed, LeafGreen, Ruby, and Emerald. Ooh, you should do a quad hunt. Set like set some random encounters up in each game, and just do all different ones. That'd be a fun time. I guess. I'm sorry, I'm being silly to think. Do you have four like DS's, like original DS lights or Game Boys in English? Wow. In order to be able to run that, or would that be something you'd have to look into? Do not agree with that analogy. I would be fucking ecstatic to be given a car. Okay, no, I'm not saying you wouldn't enjoy being given the car. What I am saying is that one, I guess, like, you may be happier to get the car just given to you. I empathize with that. But the sense of pride, I wouldn't have as much pride in a car that was given to me than a car I purchased, because it was my blood, sweat, and tears, theoretically, metaphorically speaking, that went into purchasing the vehicle for myself. From somebody else, it's still amazing that somebody did that for me, and like the sentiment in and of itself is crazy. But you just didn't do it yourself, you know? Maybe that's an ish me. Maybe I should hit the Uno reverse card and point that back to myself. What's sanity? It's a Nido Queen? Shiny Locks can be cool if the Pokemon's released in like a year. Do they ever take off Shiny Locks though? I don't know if I've ever heard of a Shiny Lock getting removed. You know, that said though, it's shitty because like there's ways to bypass Shiny Locks. I don't know if you can bypass all of them, but like you could do it and then you technically just have an illegitimate Pokemon, which is unfortunate. Depending on how you look at it anyway. I got box legendaries being Shiny Locks because they're so prevalent in cutscenes. It'd be weird for them to suddenly be 180. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. But still, like, I agree and I don't. Because, yeah, it would be weird, but it's weird that there's more than one anyway. Different color or not, I think being able to, like, I don't know. I think the principle of how Pokemon works kind of juxtaposes that being an issue, if that makes sense. Because, like, I can have 5 different games, have 5 Moltres, trade them all over, and it's like, whoa, how'd this dude get 5 Moltres and I've never fucking seen one? Well, to me, same goes for the color, but... In which case, I feel like the variances would almost make more sense, because, like, it's legendary, and most people have never seen the Pokemon, thus you're probably not aware of the variances in nature with them, as far as, you know, color relating to gender, like as birds commonly have, or any what's the word I'm looking for? Evolutionary differences. And I don't mean like evolutionary states, I mean like evolutionary over time. If I had my old Switch and my original copy of Shield, I'd be able to play Dynamax Adventures at the same time on 2 different Switches. I'm confused. Couldn't you do that with 2 Switches anyway? Or is it because you don't have Shield? Or are you playing on Shield and you just bought a second one? Yeah, I'm confused, honestly. That's 277,000 total series encounters. Still dry, but that's okay. Need to get more DS lights or GBAs. I have 1 DS light now. Broke my second screen trying to repair it. Yeah, I've talked to Jack about repairing and modding DS lights, and apparently they're, to put it lightly, a bitch and a half to deal with. I've never really modded any consoles though, honestly. But yeah, definitely, you could look at some Japanese Game Boy Advance SPs or DS Lites. That might be your cheapest route to go, honestly. Depends on the Pokemon. What do you mean, Sanity? What do you mean? Or maybe release an update like they do for everything else once the Shiny giveaway is released, because you missed the adventure, the Shiny's been released anyway. Well, see, here's, and maybe this is just my personal side of things, but I like the exclusiveness, and that's why I like shiny hunting, because anybody could do it, but nobody, like, in hindsight, in the reference of everybody who plays Pokemon, like, nobody does it, you know? Percentage-wise, it's a vast difference. At least in the older games. In the newer games, it's a lot more prevalent because they've made it easier. But yeah. I can get my shiny Latios back. Oh, goodness. I'm sorry. You lost the damn thing? That's really unfortunate. I feel you, though. I lost a lot of my childhood games that'd be fun to play. Like, I had my childhood Blue Mystery Dungeon, I wish I still had. Ranger, I wish I still had. All my GameCube games. Luckily, though, my parents kept the fucking memory cards for some reason, so I have the GameCube memory cards with the game files. But that's it. Oh, fuck. No. No. Okay, that was annoying. Sorry. Sharp eye, Charizard. Sharp eye. Sharp eye. Oh, I missed what QB said there. Like Zacian, Zamazenta, the shinies were released years later, and people could have missed it, so if you purchase Sword Shield now, people should be allowed to shiny hunt it through an update. Okay, no, I agree with that. That's fair, that's fair. Yeah, and I don't have the DLC either, Sanity. I just got the base game. I actually don't think I've ever bought a Pokemon DLC. Did they ever do one for Legends Arceus? I feel like they didn't. And if they didn't, they should have. Honestly. Yeah, I knew it, Jack. Jack, similar to a cell phone, is not a fan. Or any other item, for that matter, that's not a fan. Believe it or not. I actually, that's one I did get. I got the shiny Zamazenta Zacian. I have these cards here. I don't know if you guys are familiar, but I have some extras. They're expired now, but get the fuck out of the way, Wavebird. Like this. Got some of these. I've got some for Marshadow. And a different one. They're all kind of piled down there, though, honestly. I don't know all the ones I have, but I think there's 3 or 4 that they did in that span. Zacian, Zamazenta, and then some other few. I don't know. You don't shiny hunt at all, QB? So what draws you into the shiny hunt streams, then? Yeah, I mean, I still think they're cool if they were unobtainable otherwise, Charizard, but I would agree that shiny hunting your own, in my personal opinion, is one of the most rewarding ways. Well, it's the most rewarding way to get a shiny, other than a random encounter. A random encounter is always amazing, because it's like, oh my god, I was just trying to play the game. I had a couple of those when I was playing through Hoenn a couple of years ago. I had a random Corphish, a random Wingull, a random Zigzagoon, all just in the middle of shiny hunts when I was, like, after I shiny hunted when I was rather EV training or running in the grass. They just popped up, so that was pretty cool. Yeah, Charizard, just donate your event shinies. Might as well. When the damn ground type doesn't have a ground move or a decent one. Well, that's stupid. I've never ran into that issue before, at least that I recall. But that's pretty stupid. That is a struggle. If you're gonna keep up with events, though, follow, like, Saribi on Facebook or something. That'd be one of your best bets, I'd say. Or, is it Saribi that I'm thinking? There's another main one. Oh, Bulbapedia, but I don't think they're as renowned, so to speak. Still hard to keep up if you're not looking, though. Why does Flygon and Dynamax Adventures only have Mudslap as its ground move? Well, that's a fair question. Oh, you prefer I say Cerebi? Would that be? I said Cerebi, didn't I? Yeah, Cerebi. No, I use them interchangeably. It's because I've heard people in my life say them both ways from childhood, so I kind of just cherry pick which. Well, I don't purposefully cherry pick it, but sometimes I just it's the former, it's the latter. Roll the dice. They did free DLC for Legends Arceus? What did they do for DLC? I don't recall this. I might have played it. I don't know. Flygon slaps the mud good. That's fair, that's fair. Could have a better ground move, but like, do you need a better ground move when you're really good at slapping the mud? 5,000 total phase encounters, and we are still drier than the fucking Sahara Desert, my friends. A Cacturn is just drooling at the thought of a dripple. I lost my... There was going to be a good desert joke there, but it was nestled deep under a confuzzled mind of nonsense. Oops. Cerebi is where it's at, that's for sure. They've helped me through many, many things in the past. That's just one guy, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. Like Pokemon for the lore and Pokemon designs, if I shiny hunt, it's Masuda. That's an interesting method to do for somebody who, like, generally doesn't shiny hunt. Why do you prefer Masuda? Like the competitive scene and enjoy the people who take no fucking yawns on stream. You enjoy people who don't yawn on stream. Anyway, who take the time to shiny hunt. It's a very dedication-based thing. Some people love it, some people do it just because they have to for certain Pokemon, but I tell you, for me, it's just I mean, it's a weird thing to be passionate about, but it's just a passion. Yeah, Cerebi is definitely better than Bulbapedia. Although, I mean, I like the no, Cerebi is just better, in my opinion. I found Bulbapedia to have some maybe not inaccurate, but incomplete information before. Anyone else noticed that before? They introduced massive mass outbreaks. Yeah, but was there any sort of, like, expansion? Like, anything that expanded the world at all? No. If there was, surely I would have known about it. Not chat gaslighting me for the next 20 minutes, convincing me there's a DLC that doesn't actually exist. I don't know, dude. 20 base... Just get some soft sand. Then you can have 40 base power, no? Does it double, or is it 1.5 times for soft sand? Or is it not even that simple? Does it follow a different principle? And is soft sand in every game? I know it's in Gen 3. But, I don't know if it's in every game. Damn, I feel like I got such a good pace, and yet just nothing's popping up. Rude bastards. And that's fair. I mean, if you fail a Masuda hunt, something's went terribly wrong. Like, you have to actively go through and release the damn thing. And I don't even know, I feel like people just fill boxes with the Pokemon. I would, if I was doing a Masuda hunt. Oh my god, dude. This is not... This is not fair to me. I feel like I'd keep them all and then go through and cherry pick like whatever had the best IVs slash natures. Many multipliers. Cerebi has way more accessible game information. Bulbapedia has more like general lore or series information. Yeah, I have noticed a lot of lore related stuff on there now that you say it. Now that you say it, that is correct. I can't say comparatively the difference. Sorry, I just got an important text there. I had to check real quick. Well, perceivably. Anyway. Digimon. That's something I never really got into too much. Not too sure why. Is there any popularity to that franchise anymore? Like ongoing production anyway? Or is that something that's come and gone and it's just like past fans of Digimon now? Stab and 30 base power. Are we talking about the move or with soft sand? I'm confused. I'm often confused. I should just get a shirt that says that. Really small letters just right on my chest. I'm confused. It's Dynamax Adventures. I'm 99% more likely to find berries more than the guy who gives items. More than the guy who gives items. What do you mean by that? See, this is why I need the shirt. This is why I need the shirt. Digimons are the champions. In all seriousness, not much. Well, did Digimon come first? Or did Pokemon come first? I feel like Digimon was a clone. But I've been wrong before, and I'll continue to be wrong in the future, I'm sure. Be the same when I'm Masuda. I'm very bad at releasing Pokemon. I mean, if the boxes aren't full, who cares, right? Who cares? I will say though, one thing that I hold with solace is the fact that I do have a copy of Pokemon Box, so I can take all the extra Pokemon I want and keep them. Well, not all of them, but 1,500 in one place, so that's definitely a help, to say the least. I haven't used it yet, though, because you have to have, I think it's like, at least 100 Pokemon in the Pokédex. And I think you have to have cleared the Elite Four as well before you can use it. I don't know why they did that, but they made it a pain in the ass, that's for sure. For whatever reason. Yep, that's fair. Lore, Bulbapedia, Game Info, Cerebi. And you know what? I think that was probably done by design, because I think they might have competed for a while, and then I would say Bulbapedia probably realized that they were a little lackluster when it came to like general game information comparatively to Cerebi. So they probably just realized that they ought to go down a different wheelhouse if they wanted to stay relevant and used often. Then again, this is just speculatory. I make my own boxes, hatch and release as I go, otherwise it's a pain. I do not save unless the batch has a shiny, otherwise eggs are seeded and you are hoarding the... Okay, so... Wait, what do you mean by that? So... I do not save unless the batch has a shiny, otherwise eggs are... Alright, so I'm confused. Are you saying you don't save because you can rehatch the eggs? Or are you saying the opposite? Because to my understanding, no matter what, once the egg is, like, born, that's when it's determined what it's going to be. Except, no, that is different though, because in... Is it Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, or Heart Gold and Soul Silver? For Manaphy, you can take the eggs and you can hatch them in one game, and then you can trade them over to another game. And once they're traded over, what Pokemon it can be changes based on the trainer ID, I think, or like one of the special, like a hidden ID number. And you can hunt the same batch of eggs like 4 times. That actually could be Gen 3 too. I don't really recall, but that's a mechanic in one of those generations of games. What did I miss here? The Pokemon mascot can be an unknown question mark. That's a genuine good idea, honestly. just to showcase my day-to-day confusion when it comes to conversation and rhetoric in reference to recollection of old information. And by old, I mean 5 minutes or older. Jeez. Basically, you can find either a person who gives items, a person who gives you replacement mon, or berries that restore health. And I take it the berries in that situation are the most helpful? Or do you get like more desirable berries, or I don't know. This might be dumb questions. These might be dumb questions, rather. Digimon came first, then Pokemon, then Yokai Watch. Never heard of Yokai Watch. Never once. Not even one single time. Digimon's popular and can be darker. Then you have other franchises like Bakugan and Yu-Gi-Oh! Oof, okay. That is where I excelled as a child. Love me some Bakugan. Love me some Yu-Gi-Oh! I actually, you know what's funny? Give me one sec. Just wait until we do another encounter here, and I'll show you something cool. The same as with Gen 3. Okay, good to know. I know the 24-hour challenge to get every Gen 4 shiny will be a pain, especially because of Manaphy. Oh, I can imagine. Jesus. Manaphy is going to be a pain for sure. Anyway. Would you look at that? By a small part of my childhood Bakugan collection. I hate how you need a magnet to open them up, but I got my fair share of Preuses in here. Oh yeah, these are all Preus, I think. I actually don't really recall much about the series, but I've got them, and then I've got this like caramel chocolate container from childhood that's like probably 16 inches long that I filled with them because it's magnetic, so they all stuck in there and they wouldn't roll around. Moment you save your eggs. Wait, I lost. The moment you save your eggs and you save, if the shiny is on that batch, they're seeded now. I make the eggs, hatch them all, and if not shiny, I just restart the game. Oh, cool. I didn't realize that was that easy. There's an easy hatching method in Gen 3 using Pokemon Box to move large batches. Almost hatched for different files. Okay, Charizard, yeah, you're talking oh, that's right. I should have known it was Gen 3 based on that. I forgot Pokemon Box was a huge part of that, and that's why that challenge was actually something that I was able to do. Yeah, I remember Sonic's talking about that. I think he's the one who put it to video first, actually, when he did his Manaphy hunt, right? Or not Manaphy, sorry, I'm not, what hunt was it? Anyway, I digress. I do remember hearing about that. You get it to the point where they're like just about to hatch, and then you can transfer them between FireRed, LeafGreen, Ruby, Sapphire. That's it, actually. Emerald doesn't work with Pokemon Box, unfortunately. That's really stupid, but also handy because Magma Armor only works in Emerald. What's Magma Armor? I assume it's is that an ability or an item? I would assume item if it only works in Emerald. That sounds like an ability. 4 deaths and you're kicked out, which isn't fun. 4 deaths for what now? And the who what? Charizard, what is Magma Armor? Oh, not just me. Damn, you referencing the Bakugan collection there? It's an ability that halves the steps needed to hatch an egg when the Pokemon has it in the front of the party. Okay, so it was an ability. I thought so, but it only works that way in Emerald as far as hatching goes. Weird. Dude, Bakugan was so sick. I remember grade 3 chilling on a playground. Just, oh shit. Just absolutely vibing, you know, like I'd keep them with me in my hand or in my pocket. And just like put them on the playground equipment to open them up. You get some sand in them, you know. Always. Nice 3-chew, by the way. Gotta love a 3-chew. Like it won't be the main legendaries for once, it'll be the stupid Pokemon barely anyone can get readily. Oh, you mean as far as the, like getting all the Pokemon and that generation goes, Sanity? For, Manaphy, was it? Yeah, definitely don't Masuda method without Magma Armor, now that I know that. I'll try my best to assure that that's not something I do. If and when I do, at some point I will. Flame Body works too. What is Pokemon Box? QB, I can show you Pokemon Box if you like. I have it behind me in my cabinet, locked away. But yeah, it's a GameCube like promo release thing that was briefly for sale at the Pokemon Center in New York and online in like 2000, I don't know, like 2004 or 2005. But it didn't really get purchased that much. There was 270, I think it was 276,000 or 275,000 copies total made, and all but I believe it was 1,000 or 2,000 of them were Japanese, and the 1,000 or 2,000 were English. Well, actually, no. The mass consisted of like that 260,000 or whatever, like the 99%. That was between the PAL copies and Japan, and then the NTSC UC copies are what barely were produced at all. You can get Japanese ones out the fucking wazoo. I've got a Japanese one as well. My Japanese one was like 70 bucks. I wish I could say the same for my English one. Then I remember the Teletoon show they made into a card game. God. No, I was kind of one of those kids who just put stuff on, and I was pretty, I don't know, I feel like I was just unintelligent or something, because I was so easily entertained. Then again, I don't think many children are intelligent. That's speaking from my personal experience as a child, anyway. Nearly failed a Raikou because I accidentally picked a flying type. Oof. Could have been bad. Could have been bad. But it seems you prevailed, and that's what matters. It's close to 277,777 that we will ever get. And now we've passed, and we move on to new things. Yeah, dude, those Bakugan. I should get my whole collection out and look at them one day. Even though I don't really recall much about them. Like, I enjoyed them, and I had fun with them, but I don't know anything about names and stuff. Dude's just casually gonna flex 6K here. Hold up, everybody, let him cook. Yeah, if y'all want to see it, I can grab it. But I don't want to, if nobody's interested, I don't want to just whip it out. You know. Oh god, instead of a $5 a month fee, you can pay an upfront $1,700 fee. What? Oh, you're talking instead of bank for box. That's funny. To be fair, I didn't pay a fortune for it. I got a deal. It still wasn't cheap, but yeah, that game is extremely expensive. The main reason I got it is because I had one opportunity where the person was local. It was a good price. It was pretty much exactly what I wanted, and it's rare enough that I would have never had an opportunity in my life to get that again, I don't think, without like literally going to the United States. So yeah, dumb financial decision, 100%. Happy Billen decision, 100%. Definitely a vibe. One of the best things I ever did, in my opinion. And yet, I still haven't gotten to use it, which is unfortunate. Oh, wow. Wow. I thought that was a Penta, but still, a Quad Chew? Jeez. Alright, I gotta do it. I'm gonna grab it just to show it to you. I want to. Y'all got me. I can't grab my Japanese copy because it's in like a weird side part of my cabinet. I have to reach over a bunch of my GameCube games because I basically just have it there as a display piece. But I have it here. I have this thing in a custom-made case. I'll take it out so you can see it without the sheen. There you go. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I don't know. That's the thing, though. That's her. That is one of my favorite things I've ever had in my whole life. Just gonna keep resetting until I get a pink or yellow Tatsugiri outbreak or Dodonzo outbreak. Good idea, man. Keep vibing. Keep running it up. You'll get it. I'm gonna put this back real quick. Alright, we back. Where are we? The fact that yours still had the stickers for the memory cards for the GameCube is wild as well. That was a massive part of my purchase too. Like, genuinely, if it didn't have the memory cards, I may not have, or not the memory cards. If it didn't have the memory card, I could have figured that out because they have a Japanese one. Actually, I'll show you guys what the memory card looks like too. It's the only way to get one of them. It looks really sick. But if it didn't have the memory card sticker, I don't know if I would have bought it, because just the sticker sheet alone, I had people trying to sell me for like $1,200. It was fucking stupid. But anyway. Come on. There it is. This is the Pokemon Box Ruby and Sapphire memory card. It's got... is that right side up? Yeah, that's right side up. Sapphire, Ruby. The representation, anyway. And yeah, it's like officially Nintendo licensed. It's got the Nintendo GameCube writing there. And then... yeah, it says... this side's a lot harder to read, but you can see it says Nintendo GameCube as well. Pretty cool, for sure. Oh yes, that is something that I obsessed over for a long time when I found out it existed, because I didn't even know it existed for a long time. And then yeah, I went on a little binge looking, and all of a sudden some guy DM'd me. He was like, "Yo dude, I got it." I wasn't looking for the big box copy because of how expensive it was, but that's what he had, and it's yeah, I don't know, it just worked out. It worked out. And like I said, I got a fantastic deal for it. Copy is functionally new, it's wild, you stole that. It literally stonks. That, when I told my wife I was buying that, because I actually didn't tell her what I paid for it until after I got it. That's the only time I've ever done that. She asked how much it was worth, and I literally looked at her and I said, "You're gonna get angry if I tell you, you don't want to know." And I left it for a while, and then after I got it, I had her in the car with me, and I was like, "Okay, can you put this, like, inside, wrap this in this towel, put this in this bag, and then I want you to hold this bag while we drive back," because we drove like an hour and a half to go pick it up. And that's where finally she was like, "Okay, what the fuck, like, what is this worth? Like, why are you... Why? Like, why are you being this careful with something like this?" And then I told her what it was worth on the market and what I paid for it, and yeah, the reaction was a lot better than I thought, actually. She was pretty understanding. That's because there's functionally hundreds in the world of the English copies. That's estimated, to be fair. But anyway, yeah, that was one of my justifications, was the fact that it literally will only appreciate, so if I ever wanted my money back, I could have flipped it the same day and doubled my money. If I really wanted to. But anyway, that's not the point. I just have it because I love it. The value of it doesn't matter to me. It's a great utility, especially for shiny hunting, and it's a piece of Pokemon history that most people will never have. I can have a plushie for Pikachu Valentine's, bought it for 25, sold over 100 now. It's crazy, like, even when you look at the, when they were doing the, oh, I forget what drop it was, but like, oh wait, is that all worms? Fuck yeah, all worms, guys, all worms. But they did a drop for the, it was like those art Pokemon cards and stuff, like the promo cards. Which it was actually, they just gave you the cards with a purchase on the Pokemon Center website. But it was like the Pikachu art, I forget what artist it was, so if anyone remembers, just correct me real quick, but the Pikachu specific ones, like the art themed cards, like Picasso or some shit, they went for being free with purchase to, I think people are selling them for like literal hundreds of dollars. I was gonna get them that day too. I was like, oh, I'll get a plushie so I can get one of the cards, and then yeah, I just didn't, and then I saw people selling them on Facebook later, and I was like, oh my fuck, they're actually selling for money when they were free. Should have known. Platinum can sell for a lot too. It wouldn't sell my items. Yeah, I would never sell my Pokemon stuff unless I why did I get a weird feeling in my stomach? Is there a shiny on the screen? No. It's like my brain. Oh, that's why. That's why. I knew something happened that my brain was worth. That was worth my brain catching on to, and it was the fact that we just hit 278,000 total living dex encounters. Nice. What a vibe. Yeah, unless I had to, I would never sell my Pokemon stuff. It's my pride and joy. I spent my whole childhood life wanting stuff like this, and now that I'm an adult and I was able to make that happen, I wouldn't trade it for the world. I have this weird saying, and it goes like, it's actually not a concrete saying, it's just kind of a thought process that I reiterate in different terms when I remember it. But live life like 9-year-old you would have wanted you to, you know. Not in the respect of like eating Cheetos all day and doing nothing, but in the respect of hobbies and, you know, pursuing what you love and stuff like that. That's what adulthood's for. You got it, QB. You got it. Vintage games in general are nuts. I thought I had a wild collection until I was very rapidly humbled by Billen. Oh, what a sweetheart. You still have a fantastic collection. I wouldn't discount your collection at all. You've got a lot of fantastic stuff. Not to mention, you've got a lot of stuff that I don't. Like, my collection is very, very centric. Like, when you come into my gaming room, it is not hard to realize. In fact, it is blatantly obvious that I am primarily a Pokemon fan. And if not that, a GameCube fan. That's a given. But see, where your collection really impresses me is how broad it is in regards of, like, you have so many different games for different consoles. You have different consoles I don't have. You have, oh fuck, why is 4 all the way up there? But no, Jack, you've got a lot of really cool stuff in your collection, and I definitely can say, especially given your job and how you come across a lot of your stuff. Oh, dude, I'm definitely envious in some regard. But definitely, I respect it. You've put a lot of effort and time into your stuff, to be fair. And like, just like the trades you've done to acquire certain stuff too, and like being resourceful with getting rid of doubles. Fuck me, dude. I couldn't get rid of a double to save my life. I always say I will, and then I'm like, oh, well, I'll just have 2. Why do I have 4 Double Dash copies? Because of that. To be fair, one of them's the limited edition Double Dash copy, the 2-disc, and I have the other 3, so I can theoretically play 16-player LAN Double Dash one day. And because of all my Wavebird receivers, I have enough Wavebirds and receivers to actually do it fully wirelessly, which is kind of kick-ass. How many channels are there? Are there 16 channels on the receiver? Yeah, there has to be. If there's not, then that would suck. That would kind of foil my plan. Eating Cheetos and doing nothing. I mean, I'm not gonna lie and say I don't do that still, but the unfortunate reality is Cheetos are expensive, and if I wanted to eat Cheetos and do nothing often, I couldn't, because I still need to have a fucking job to support that. Hey, Jan, don't flip me off. You have 2 ideas for dinner. Let's hear them. Okay, so you got 2 casseroles. You get the... So you're thinking bees sugar for 1. And what was the other one? Ham? Wait, we don't have ham. Where the fuck are you getting ham? Oh, you're using the good breakfast chopped ham?
Where else am I gonna get ham?
Bro, that's my chopped ham. I have that with breakfast sandwiches. How are you gonna do this to me? Fuck.
There's like one open in the fridge, so I think I'll just probably use one.
Yeah, I don't think you'll use the entire one.
I have to look at...
I think you'll probably end up using like half and the rest of the one that's there. That's cool. They're like $3 cans, to be fair. Just give me 1 sec here. The only console I don't have is a Dreamcast. We both have cool stuff. Offer still stands if you want to borrow any of my stuff. See, I really appreciate that. I do. I don't know. I feel bad. That's your stuff. You can keep it there and enjoy it and look at it. And I don't know. I feel bad when I could just go and like, if I really wanted something else, like I could probably find it locally and get a decent price for it. But I guess no, that really does help in the respect of like if I want to try something out before I buy it. So no, I do appreciate that. That said, fucking we gotta get together sometime soon again. When was it that I was gonna say Jack. When was it that Merrick came by last? That was like 3 months ago, wasn't it? Yeah, it's been a while, dude. Pop by. You oughta. I don't know, the ham one sounds better to me, I think. I did.
You did?
Go in the freezer. I did it that same day. Yeah. Don't you worry, my dude. I got you. Alright, we're back. Sorry. Just talking to the wife about dinner. My apologies, fellas. Yeah, no, I really do appreciate that, Jack. Maybe I'll get you to send me some photos of stuff or whatever, and I'll keep a repertoire. And then whenever I am thinking of getting something, maybe I'll check out and see what you've... God, my nose is itchy. Check out and see what you got, and then I can decide from there, like, oh, he does have that, I'll try that first, or whatever. Because there's some games that are, like, rare, but I don't know if I'd necessarily want to pay for them just to have them. God, but a lot of those are really good. 6,000 current encounters for the phase and the luck. Well, it's probably there, just the well's dry at the moment, so... Stay tuned, it'll get filled soon. Back in my day, they were $1.50, now bags like $4.20, $3.20 on discount. Oh, it's insanely expensive, dude. I don't understand why any bags of chips are so expensive. I go to the store, if I want a bag of Doritos, it's like almost $5. Well, I think maybe it's like $4 or $4.50, but... And then they get shrinkflated too, to boot. So, I don't know, that's some shit. Cameo? Cameo? Why Cameo? What did I miss there? And hey there, Onovan. Welcome back. Happy to see you. Hope you're doing fantastic and that whatever you were doing in that time was lucrative and enjoyable. But no, happy to see you back. What are you up to, man? Salut. Tabernacle. Bro, at least that way it'll be used and you can try before you buy. Stuff's expensive these days and that way you can save some money. I know you're good for it. That's true, that's true. I try not to be a little shyster. As I have been in the past. I try to be a good fellow. But, you know, that's very, very kind of you. I appreciate that. But yeah, dude, we gotta get it together and do something soon. Last time was pretty sick. Except I wouldn't mind doing like a game night or something. We just have to plan it out. Plan it out. You definitely like being in my house a lot more though, because I got like literally in my living room alone, I think it's 12 plants. Pretty stacked when it comes to such. Dad called, he had some good news. That's awesome. We love good news calls. And good news calls are the best calls. Good news for you, good news for him, mutually speaking. I guess it doesn't really matter. Good news is good news. But you do run that equipment. Some guy knows how to work the machine, bro. I am the machine. No. I'm not Bert Kreischer, believe it or not. That is, I may resemble him identically. Yeah, not quite. Totally should. I had a good time hanging out with you and the missus. Y'all are great hosts, so thanks for having me. Hey, man. I just enjoyed having you by. I mean, I think that's the first time... Ugh, God, we've been friends for what, like... 13 years, something like that? I think that's the first time, given the proximity, or lack thereof, that we live from each other, that we actually, like, formally hung out, except for when I came up to your place, and we hung out, me, you, and Ty, and grabbed food at the golf course. That was fun. That was fun. I had a wicked time there. Damn good burger, too. Anyone who says an egg doesn't belong on a burger can fuck themselves. Well, except my wife, because my wife said that to me the other week. She's like, that's weird, I don't know why you do that. You already have protein. I'm like, okay, well, you don't understand. It's an egg. It's on a burger. It's good, dude. And I was like, just try it, just try it. And she's like, I'm good. It's like, you sure it'll be delicious? She's like, probably, but I'm good. All worms, all worms. Fuck yeah. Love all worms. They're not your competition. Competition. That's not a word. They're not your competition, they're your teammate. What's my teammate again? I'm stupid. Some of each, actually. That's good. Awesome, awesome. Yeah, I don't think I could be any closer to Bert, honestly. Same belly profile. Same color of hair, surely. Exact same face, same age, you know? Oh, it all goes together. And, oh, fuck. I knew the Ernie joke was coming. I was about to make a joke, and then he stole it out from under me. Now it's a roast. That's fair, though. The second I heard Bert, ew, that was a good crack. I was gonna say the second I heard Bert, and then I realized that I read it and didn't hear it. The second I read Bert, I thought Ernie. But I was keeping that one in my back pocket for a minute. Fuck. Yeah, dude. Oh, any kind of egg on a burger is fantastic, but over easy definitely takes some cake there. Like a little bit of an ooze, you know? I bet she'll put hollandaise on an Eggs Benedict sandwich. Well, yeah, but I mean, that's just like an all-egg sandwich, really. Because the hollandaise is like a shit ton of yolk and butter and wine. And then the sandwich is egg and cheese. I'm a big egg fan. She fucks with eggs. It's just not eggs on the burger, really. TBH. Bought a flat of those drinks I was talking to you about. Sorry. Bought a flat of those drinks I was talking to you about. Remind me, and I'll get another one when I come and visit next. My dude. No, you can't be doing that. You can't be doing that. Now I won't remind you on purpose. And I'll be like, ah, fuck, you didn't remind me. I'll be like, it was out of the kindness of my own heart, you dink. A handyman is always attractive. Oof. Don't flatter me too much. I know we're talking about Jack, but... No. I joke. To clarify, QB, I just run the equipment. I honestly hate twisting wrenches. A Billen can have those jobs. Yeah, I don't know, man. I something about me enjoys it. Then again, I don't work on complicated shit. Like, I work on tractors a decent amount of the time, but we don't do like engine teardowns or anything. Sorry, there's something going on with the inputs here. See that shit? Interesting. I must be wearing out the controller a bit. Or the batteries are low, one of the two. What the hell? But yeah, being that I mostly work on like trailer units and like framework and shit, it's pretty enjoyable. I like the fab side of things, but yeah, it's not too bad. Not too bad. A bacon burger in general? Like just bacon? No burger? To me, I feel like that's just a bacon cheeseburger, right? Bacon and eggs is fine, but egg burger... Oh, I see. I get your point. Yeah, I think it was just one of those things. It was like a predispositioned like judgment, but like never really considered it. It was just like it sounded weird, so he was like, ah, fuck that. I wouldn't do that. Couldn't be me. I think she even said, she was like, it could be good, but I just don't want to try it. I think the basis was the fact that it was just so much protein. I don't know, dude. I just work here. 9 to 5, bro. 9 to 5. It's adult juice. They're 6%. They're just crushed to an iced tea flavored one, but it tastes exactly like Pure Leaf iced tea. Oh, that's right. I remember you talking about that to me. I do recall you talking to me about that. What's a flat of them worth? And I guess how much is on a flat? I actually don't... Is a flat 24? I don't know. Pure Leaf is good though. So I mean if it tastes like Pure Leaf and then carbonated, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Like, I could see it being good. That doesn't sound bad at all. That's just something I'd never really considered. Then again, when I go to Circle K, I tend to sometimes, well, I have in the past, I shouldn't say I tend to, I have gotten iced tea and then mixed like 30% of the drink being Sprite. It's pretty fucking good, so I could see that being delicious. Anyway. A cheese and chorizo quesadilla. Ah, yes. The classic cheese risotilla, as Onovan might say. Yeah. The household item that everybody's had in their life. You and Jan just gotta make me food with tuna in it and I'll cover the... You should see... Now, hear me out. I don't have Rio Mare because honestly... I tried it. It was delicious. But it's so expensive. So expensive. I would get it again for sure. But I guess my point being, the reason I don't have it now is because I went to Walmart a couple weeks ago. And there's this other brand of tuna that was literally 50% off. And I was like, well, this shit's good for like at least the next year. I think it was like the next 13 months or something. I was like, well, I know I'm going to eat a lot of tuna between now and then. So what do? Well, surely the only logical thing to do is grab 20 cans and go. So that's what I did. I've got like 20 cans of tuna because they were cheap. But the Rio Mare was delicious. Well, you know I tried it because I sent you that video the one time when I made tuna melts with it. But you know I'm good for it. Always make some good food, dude. Over here, I rate that people malign the good word of egg on burger. Furious molding. Honestly, Onovan's in his anger era, in his resentment era, if you will. The lack of respect put forth towards egg on a burger is just frankly insulting. Not only that, but borderline illegal. It's a fair statement. Pure black leaf tea is the only one I'll mess with, but their green tea is so bad. Oh. I mean, I'm not the hugest fan of green tea to begin with. But I'll say black tea in general is really good. There's this one brand I get from... I don't even remember what it's called. It's from TNT though, and it's really tasty. He is going turbo. Reminds me of this one song. I forget who it's by, but it's an EDM song. It's just called Turbo. Like Turbo. I guess any EDM song is gonna sound like that when you try to vocalize it. So, good luck discerning that from the other 600,000 EDM songs that might have the same shit in them. By the way, we just passed where we were on the last phase. Last encounter set was 6464. That is where we found the last Weedle. And now we're past that. Maybe that's an omen stating that the next one's not going to be a Weedle. Might be Orange Mouse. Might not be Orange Mouse. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Yeah, it ain't it. Trying to pay $7 for family size can. Yeah, it's just expensive. Like, it's delicious. And it has its time and its place. It most definitely does. But when a guy gets that much tuna for that much of a discount, you can bet I'm getting that fucking tuna. For sure. I don't want dirt. What do you mean? I mean, you push dirt all day, so clearly you're somewhat enticed. Or at least attracted towards. What do they call that? Gravitated. That SpongeBob episode where they think Mr. Krabs is a robot. Is that a newer episode or an older episode? Because I feel like there's an episode where Krabs is a oh, no. Don't they go around, like, messing with him the whole, like, this whole day, trying to figure out if he's a robot or not? And he's obviously not, and they end up just pissing him off. Or doing something weird? I don't know. The one that sticks out most in my mind is the dollar bill one, where they paint Mr. Krabs' house and they paint over the bill, and yeah, I'm trying to remember more, but that ain't working out too well for me, guys. It ain't. I lived in Taiwan, so I've drank the green tea Kool-Aid. Green tea Kool-Aid. First of all, cool that you lived in Taiwan. That's pretty sick. How was that? But green tea Kool-Aid, that... I mean, I say that could be good, but at the end of the day, I mean, it's a sweet drink. Like... How do I put this? I'm apprehensive now when any beverage company puts out, like, a specialty flavored drink. And the reason is because, I don't know, in my life I've just learned, like, a drink's a drink. The company will put it out, the company's name's behind it, but it's a fucking drink. And the one I will say, though, that probably does have, like, a signature taste to it would be Kool-Aid, because I think, okay, rephrase. But I'm gonna finish my thought anyway. I feel like Kool-Aid in and of itself does have kind of like a Kool-Aid taste. Like, I think if you gave me blindfolded 5 different juices, I feel like I'd be able to tell which one was Kool-Aid. Then again, that is just my assumptions. What's the word? I was gonna say, like, gleaming, I don't know. I love SpongeBob so much. SpongeBob's amazing. I don't know how well it stands today. Like, I know from the recent ones I've seen that the animation's fucking hilarious, because it's, like, really obnoxious, and it reminds me of, like, old, like, 2014 Hellbenders YouTube. Honestly, that kind of animation style, but I don't really know much about, like, the general plot line or anything, or if there even is much of one anymore. They falsely suspect the real Mr. Krabs of being a robot in the one episode, and another Plankton makes Mr. Krabs. Okay. So I could have been mixing 2 different memories in me noggin. That makes sense. I drank the Kool-Aid on green tea. So, you said let me rephrase, which is a fair statement, because that as you rephrased, I'm not sure that clarified. What? You drank the Kool-Aid on green tea. Ha! Is that a euphemism? Because I know they're like, oh, that is too, and they say like, oh, they're drinking the Kool-Aid. Ah, okay, okay. Not me being dense. Diamond's got nothing on me, man. Density uncomparable. Ah, once that catches up, you'll see that I do know the expression. Just took me a minute. Jellyfish Rave, that's one I remember as well. That was a trippy scene though, with all the different color changing and stuff. But yeah, I do know the reference. Believe it or not. That is, I usually don't know much. Or Squid bumps his nail. Doesn't he like jam something under it or something? Another one I really like, or that I remembered, was where Squidward moved into that one like gated squid community where they all had the same house, and then he realized he didn't really like all of them or something. Then again, vague memories, bits and pieces. Oh, Cora, oh, Cora. Jeez, jeez, jeez. Well, at least tell me where it is if you're gonna do that. I'm reeling. Yeah, that's true, that's true. You're often behind. I'd say like a good 30% of the time. I'm like, hey, Donovan, I think you're a little behind there. Oh, look at us just throwing a big old party. Yes, yes, I've for one of the first times in my life, I've understood a reference. I gladly accept this reward on behalf of myself. I'd like to thank all my friends, my family, my doctor, my teachers. They really helped me get where I am today and progress to the point where I could accept this reward. Is this where I bow? I can give a little... There you go. Hey, get out of there. There we go. Not at all, QB. Not at all. I'm very... I don't know if reserved is the word. I don't know. I'm very sheltered to like my own interests. Oh wow, we're still going off here. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, I mean, maybe with some things, but I don't keep up to date with anything nowadays. I find new songs on Spotify all the time, and I'm like, oh, listen to this, wife. And then she'll listen to it, and then she'll look at me and she'll be like, yeah, so by the way, that's a really popular TikTok song. I'm like, oh great, that ruined it, thank you. Good to know, good to know. No, it does suck though, because I find like every time that happens, then I go through the internet and then you get these TikTok archive videos that get posted through Facebook and Reddit and Instagram and all these things. And then I hear it all the time and I'm like, fuck, I liked the song. Now it's hard to. 279,000 total living dex encounters. Let's see what we got. See if the dice have been rolled in our favor. Of course not. Why would they be? Wouldn't that just be silly? Jeez. And Donovan, I don't know if you did this on purpose, but I do not. I don't know who Steve Rogers is. I know who Mr. Rogers is. Steve Rogers? No. Same person? Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe the fuck not. And now you're giving me the old Cora gaslight too. Well, ongoing theme, I suppose. I'll just try to survive. Start off by hopping into YouTube and seeing these words like, yeah, I'm not even going to say those because they make me cringe. I see them written, and I don't know if it's just like me getting old or what, but I see those and I'm just like, that's fucking stupid. Then again, we used similar words as children, being in high school in like 2014. I don't know, there's something about it that I say the word and then I'm like, you know, I have to go wash my hands. Go brush my teeth. Just absolute nonsense. But I totally, I want to be clear, I empathize with that. Because, I don't know. Nonsense is kind of something that's always been prevalent on internet culture for kids around that age. And, I was always part of it until I wasn't, so. I still am to some extent, though. I can't pretend like I'm fully disconnected from that. I don't think anybody could be, honestly. You wouldn't know who he is. You've got Captain Canada instead. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know, dude. At this point, these are just words to me. Captain Canada. I had to get my younger brother to explain to me who Livy Dunn and Karina Koff. Oh, okay. So I'm going to assume, based on the fact that Karina is on that list, that Livy Dunn is of the same occupational status. Yeah, that's one thing I just got by association. Jeez. Yeah, okay, well I'm glad we're all, yeah, this makes me happy. At least I don't feel totally out of the loop here. Well, I am out of the loop, just confidently, and in a group setting. Jeez. Yeah, the old deep-fried memes. Ones that just made no sense. All fucking saturated and... what's the word? Like all pixelated and fuzzy and shit. One-word lines, absolute nonsense. I remember this one, it was a video, it's like, hey Bolt, hey Woody from Toy Story, and then it just like turns into squealing. Incoherent squealing. And I recall as a child, like 13 years old, 14 years old, I think I literally almost pissed my pants at that, and I'd play it around my parents, and they'd be like, what the fuck is that? Like, that's stupid. And I remember being that kid, like, you don't understand. You don't understand. Steve Rogers is Captain America's government name. What the hell? Alright. Okay, well, these are just... I feel like we're just going down a continuance of things that I'm gonna have to keep asking questions about. Salad fingers and llamas with hats. There we go, there we go. Carl! You killed them. Carl kills people, dude. Don't leave him alone on a cruise ship. He will murder the crew. Oh, God. That kills people. Yeah, I remember watching Llamas with Hats in like 2011. My buddy Nick, who I was friends with over Xbox Live 360 days, you know. I remember he played it over the mic, and he's like, "You never heard of Llamas with Hats, dude?" And that's when I done fucked around and found out, done finded, I done got it figured. I'm aware. Oh god, I knew I was gonna get roasted here. Fuck. I've heard of Captain America, just know nothing of it. I'm literally of the group of people that most probably don't think exists, that like, other than like, I don't know, I've never really watched any like, I don't know, I don't really watch movies unless they're, how do I put this? I don't know, like if people always ask me, they're like, you know, Star Trek, Star Wars, like anything like Spider-Man, Batman, Superman shit, any of that. It's funny you just sent that message. I heard of them all. Yeah, never watched any of their movies at all. I've seen Deadpool. I've seen Suicide Squad, which I'm pretty sure people didn't really like much, so that's probably an unpopular thing to reference. Anyway, 7,000 current phase encounters, by the way. But yeah, to put it simply, QB, yeah, I don't really... You're right, I don't really watch mainstream stuff. Alright, I'll stop the stream now. We're good. Just end it here. Peace. Yeah, no, I just never... I don't know, like, I've watched one of the... Yeah, I was waiting for that. I remember every time I've mentioned Suicide Squad, people reference to me the fact that they just didn't like it. But, oh shit, there was something I was gonna say that I had or hadn't watched. I can't recall now. It was something mainstream. Oh yeah, I've watched one Fast and Furious movie. I have all of the Harry Potter movies on DVD. I bought them actually like a few months ago from one of my old college professors. She had the whole series for like, I think it was like 40 bucks. She sold it to me for, so I have that. However, ironically, the only Harry Potter movie I've ever watched is part 2. I think this is right. Forgive me if the title's wrong. Part 2 of the Deathly Hallows. Is that the very... I know it's the very last part of the very last movie in the series. I was invited by a friend I was camping with at the time. My parents have like a year-round lake lot, and they stay there all summer. And I had a friend who did something similar, but... Anyway, he went to go see it like the day it came out, and he invited me, so I went and I watched it in this like little bumfuck town. And yeah, I've seen the last half of the last Harry Potter movie, and that's about it. Anything mainstream, I probably haven't watched it. Except for, I mean, I guess it really depends on what you consider mainstream. Because, like, I don't know, I watched, like, The Lion King, Lilo and Stitch, anything along that ideology of stuff, but I think a big part of it to do with that is my parents just weren't interested in any of that stuff, so that got passed straight down to me. Yep, that's not a part I recall, my friend. Okay, so yeah, no, this, I mean, when that came out, like, I only saw that movie when it, like, literally the day it dropped, so that would have been, what, like 2013 or something? And then I bought all of the movies, like, a couple months ago. And I just haven't really had the time to sit down and watch them, but I do plan to. Yeah, definitely irresponsible spending, though. That's kind of a theme here. I don't know if you could tell by the 16 GameCubes or anything. Yeah, it happens. Sometimes irresponsible spending is just what we have to resort to, you know? Grew up with anime stuff, Harry Potter, Hunger Games. I've seen the Hunger Games movies. I've seen all of them. I've seen, like, all the Maze Runner movies. I've seen, like more popular older movies, like, I don't know, like Shawshank Redemption, stuff like that. Just nothing like mainstream fiction, I guess. Well, yeah, it's fiction, but I mean, like, I guess it'd be like, what would you consider that, like, superhero stuff? Is that like sci-fi fiction, technically? I don't know. I don't know what you'd call that. Fantasy? Probably fantasy would be a better descriptor. Yeah, Charizard, we got no shinies here. Nothing yet, nothing yet. We're hoping so, but nothing as of now. Anything fun go on with you? You get any shinies? You've been back on the Gen 6 grind or what? Love anime. Anime's the best. Korra saw few, but I wasn't looking. True. Yeah, Korra, she must have, like, the eyes of a hawk, dude. She's seeing stuff that none of us have ever seen. A pistol shrimp? Is that a literal species of shrimp that has a different, like a different set of colors it sees, or is that a reference to something? I assume that's meant to be literal. Often wonder if Korea has, like, robotic eyes. Oh, Korra. I was gonna say, what do you mean Korea having eyes? I've heard about it, guys, and the contrast brightness settings are whack. Yeah, honestly, she could just be due for a calibration. Maybe we should hit her up and offer her like a free calibration session. Really do her well. Help our peers. Grew up with the top 5, but Naruto is my biggest guilty pleasure. Shonen Jump, Hunter, X Hunter, Rurouni Kenshin are my favorites. JJK as of recent. I gotta rewind, sorry. Number 4 looks... Okay. I thought number 4 was shiny for a moment there, so I just had to double check. You know, A&W brought back the Whistle Dog. I mean, it's a fucking hot dog, so I don't really know if there's anything too special about it, but I know that was something when I was younger, and other people ate it. I would assume, you know. Generally, when places offer things for sale, people buy them, and sometimes eat them. Even when they're not edible. Remember Tide Pods? That was a thing. God. That was definitely a thing. I'll get back to Gen 6 shortly. I'm taking a break so I don't get totally burnt out. That's fair, that's fair. I would really like to start the Hoenn side of this hunt, but unfortunately, I don't know, I feel like it... After discussing with other people, I would like to say... Or I'd like to think that it probably makes more sense to at least like get to the first gym here and finish the VR Nuzlocke run before I do that, and then I can dedicate flipping 2 hunts on, say, Hoenn a week to, and then a Kanto that week, and then 2 Kantos 1 week to a Hoenn that week the following. I don't know if that made sense the way I said that, but I want to start doing that just to get a little bit of change of generation. I know we play Hoenn 1 day a week anyway, but Hoenn shiny hunting 16x would be pretty kick-ass, I gotta say. Haven't done it yet. I've shiny hunted a shit ton in Hoenn, but I never did it with my 16x setup, so I got the stuff to do it. I just haven't done it, you know? No movie, show, book, song, poem, or any other media has ever made me cry as hard as Naruto. I had friends. Actually, my new roommate here was a huge Naruto fan growing up. I remember him and my other close buddy used to talk about it all the time, but I never got into it. Played every day for the entirety of April and half of May, beating games and catching up on the living decks I needed. Well, that's pretty admirable, to be fair. And I don't blame you if you've been playing that extensively. It's definitely smart to give yourself some time off, because it really sucks when you put that much time and effort and care into something and then you just end up hating it because of that. Such a shitty juxtaposition. Almost nonsensical. It's like I found out about this guy yesterday that he was like a competitive eater in the early 2000s. And he ate so much that he literally gave himself, I don't know if it's like a specified condition or what, but he genuinely like ruined his appetite. They did brain scans on him, and every time they would scan his brain, they would like go just like normal, and then they'd put food in front of him, and they could watch the, I don't know like what parts of the brain, but say that theoretically like the pleasure centers of the brain, whatever you want to call them. You would see that we have all worms on the screen. Nice. You would see like in his brain activity the distaste actually functionally occur. I know neuroplasticity is a thing, but holy shit, I didn't think it'd be that easy. Pistol shrimp are a real thing. They click their claws so fast it makes a vacuum shockwave that stuns and kills fish. Wow. I'm trying to have that kind of ability. Not to use it, just to say I can do it, you know? Tide Pods, yummy. I want to hear the Hoenn Wild Battle intro thousands of times. Well, at this point, if we had to flip the challenge, you would have heard it over 250,000 times. No, I'm excited to though, honestly. Then again, for the starters, like the software sets, oh my god, dude, I have heard that so many times already. Because I did the I did all the legendary hunts on a quad setup and all the starter hunts like 2 years ago. I'm gonna redo it all for the series. I'll just have triples and such, but oh my god, dude, it is so ingrained in my mind. So ingrained. So much filler. I'd comment on the anime stuff, but guys, I know fuck all about anime. Like, literally nothing. That said, though, this begs the question, so I want to bring this up while everyone who enjoys anime is here. King Totodile made a point, it was probably like a month ago now, it's been a while, about wanting to do like through the Discord or something, like a shared movie night. I don't know if you call it like a movie night or something, but specifically for anime, where we could get together and just like watch some anime over Discord or something. I don't know exactly how it would be figured out or done, but if that's something you guys would be interested in, I know KT's been bugging me a little bit about actually putting a post up about gauging interest and stuff, so might as well bring it into fruition now. Y'all can think about that, and perhaps that can be something we can do if there's enough interest. That's what we've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. When I saw the woo yeah baby, immediately went to moist critical. Immediately my brain went to moist critical. Moist critical, geez, enunciation. Try it sometime. Watch one Marvel movie on each GameCube until you're caught up. Oh my god. How do you watch a Marvel movie on a GameCube, my dude? I feel like you'd have to modify them. Like, you'd have to, like, actually soft mod them and then run them in through, like, an SD card. You could probably do it, though, with, like, a Pico boot or something. All worms, all worms, all worms. Gotta love it, gotta love it, gotta love it. So if the Hoenn starter hunts are all under odds like the Kanto ones were... Oh, that'd be so nice. That'd be so nice. The one thing that I hate specifically about the starter hunts in Hoenn is Torchic. I mean, it's not that hard to discern, but when you're dealing between purple and blue, and then the blatant difference in greens and the accenting on Trico, makes it a little bit harder. You have to pay a little bit more attention. Yeah, join up the Discord, QB. It's in the description of the stream here. Otherwise, it's on the main, like the links on the main channel page there. When you click into expand like the channel description where it says like my stream schedule and stuff, you'll find a link there as well. Oh, that's right. I forgot about the Panasonic Q. That was stupid. I don't know how I forgot about that. That said, though, I mean, good luck getting a... Yeah, you can get a Panasonic Q, sure. Awesome. Good luck getting one that has a functioning fucking disc tray, because that's an extremely common problem with them. Those disc trays just, like, cease to work 99% of the time. And yet there's still a couple grand. I want to buy one, but my issue is if I buy a Panasonic Q, I want it complete in box. And I want all matching serial numbers, which I know is way too picky, but that's my choice. That's what I want. So, not me being annoying, but yeah, that'd be a good idea, for sure. Well, definitely, see, the one thing is, Donovan, is they'll probably, where the most of our engagement comes from, community-wise, between the YouTube community page and Discord, where that lies mostly is in the Discord itself, so, usually what I'll do is I'll make a post in the Discord and I'll put a poll there, and we can gauge interest from there. But I mean, you can keep updated simply just through when we talk about it on stream, or I can update the community page as well. I just don't know how much traction it'll get on there. It's kind of wishy-washy as per what I post, in reference to what gets engagement and what doesn't. But yeah, no worries. Whatever works. Whatever works, my friend. Moist Critical's Envirobear 2000 playthrough made me laugh until I cried. Funny as shit. That's one I've not seen. That's one I've not seen. I've mostly watched him for like his commentary stuff over the years. I've never really been one to watch gaming playthrough at all. Like, I watched Chugga Conroy when I was younger, but obviously that was Pokemon stuff, and that's why. But I was never really one, other than for like tutorials on Easter eggs in Call of Duty and stuff, or like Halo Combat Evolved. I watched some stuff on that. I was never really one to watch many gameplay videos. I was just like, well, fuck, I can do it myself. Or I always enjoyed watching people play games, but for some reason I only ever let that correlate to in person. So like, I'd like to sit down on the couch with somebody and watch them play through a full game, but otherwise that wasn't something I did too much. A little bit of Fortnite, unfortunately. It's kind of cringe, but I watched lives with Fortnite in like 2017. I also played it a lot in 2017 though. Back when I found it enjoyable. Doduo Discord. That's a good one. Scrummery Skype. Zigzagoon Zoom. I don't even know. There's a Windows one, isn't there? There's like a Windows. Is it Meet? Is it Windows Meet? If it is, Matang Meet. No, I forget what that was, honestly. Microsoft Teams. There you go. Mantine Microsoft Teams. That one's not a mouthful at all. Not even close. You've never played one round of Fortnite, Donovan? When, like... Were you, like, actively playing any sort of FPS games when it came out? I want to say that would have been 2017, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, I think so. I think it was. Yeah, Matang Meat kind of does sound like a crime. Get a mouthful of this Matang meat, my dude. Yeah. Maybe not. Maybe not. Jam once danced Orange Justice on stream. What did he get paid for that? Did someone donate? What was the incentive? There had to have been an incentive for that. God. You know, that'll be the death of me once I actually have monetization and like memberships and super chats unlocked. I may be able to be bought off. Might be able to make me do some stupid shit. I mean, you could anyway, but yeah, with the power of money, you surely could make me do a lot more. Oh yes, the meme dances. The old L on the forehead jumping around. And many more. Many, many more. The only Battle Royale FPS I played for any period of time was COD Blackout. Funny. I never... Oh god, that food smells so good. Shit. I never played that. Of all Call of Duties I played, that was one I did not. I kind of stopped regularly playing after Black Ops 2, though, honestly. Played a little BO3, but... and a bit of 4, but not much at all. Those were ones I kind of just bought and dropped into a little bit. Didn't do much. And QB, it's actually funny you say that. That is one that you didn't need to tell me. Because I have been in Jam streams quite a bit, and it seems like a lot of the time I do go into those streams, you gift a lot of memberships, if I recall correctly. But I remember one time too, you donated like fucking, it was like 40 or 60 bucks in a stream or something like that. I might be wrong though. This is kind of a far removed memory. But I'm thinking that's probably right. Oh, that's the ham. That's that smell. Shit. That's good. Big into League of Legends when Fortnite was getting popular. Oh, that's fair. I never really played League, but I have friends that played it pretty... They know-lifed it pretty hard. And I can see where that turned into somewhat of a distraction. I find... And correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like most people that play League of Legends go like really hard in it, and I couldn't say why that is, but I've noticed that before. Anyway, could have just been my friends though. Hips don't lie, Orange Justice, the gritty. Oh god, my wife and I just yesterday were discussing that. She made a joke, and we ended up discussing the fact that neither of us actually knew what the gritty was. Like, heard of it, yes, but I couldn't tell you what it is. I could not describe it to you. But that's funny. I don't know. I still don't know what blackout is. And, that is it is a mode. That's just not something I'm familiar with. What does it entail? Actually, did somebody... Okay, I thought somebody explained it there. Yeah, no, What kind of gameplay is that? You give memberships in Super Chat a lot, and told them I'd Super Chat 100 if he ran a race, and Among Us suited their no. Oh god, that'd be a tough one to... I mean, you'd have to like get someone to film you doing that. Is it worth $100? On either end of that? We have 280,000 total series encounters. And of course, on the even number, the luck just wasn't there. We did not draw that luck, my friends. That's hilarious, though. League is a phenomenal game that nobody wants to play right. Why do you say that? Is it the fact that people don't have the nuance to understand strategy within the game? Or is it the fact that people have different ways to play it that are effective but annoying? Or ineffective, I guess. Oh, Cora. Oh, Cora. Welcome back. Welcome back. Can't even tell me what screen it's on, eh? Can't even do it. Alright. Alright. I see how it is. I'll survive. Sometimes you do it for fun, and sometimes he will make incentives, so yeah. I mean... The thing I'll say is, like, I don't know if necessarily, like, the streamer themselves has to make the incentive. That is, I understand they usually do, and that makes sense, but like, I don't know. In my mind, it's like, well, tell me what you want to see. We'll go from there. But no, I get it, like, when you talk about like a certain amount of members at the end of the stream or whatever, I imagine you can get pretty creative with the kind of shit you do. Blackout is like Fortnite, but with COD guns and vehicles. Teams of 4 drop into a map. So how would that... If you took that exact term and you relate it to Warzone, how would you relate that? Because I know Warzone is like, what is it? Activision? Correct me if I'm wrong. Activision's, Battle Royale? Is that kind of similar thing, or am I on the wrong track here? 2 chews in a row on the same console? Did I hallucinate that? Neat. All right. Duly noted. And 7 rolls, you pick up 5 for your team. Like 2 of them are fun. Whew, now that you say that, I do recall hearing something about rolls from my my soon-to-be roommate. I remember he tried to explain it to me once, and I understood it when he told it to me, but I was like, yeah, I don't know, dude. This isn't necessarily my type of game. I'm not an MMO type of person. And I say that because I haven't really tried them. Knowing me, though, and the way my brain works, I'd try one, love it, and then totally shift. I'm very adaptable in very peculiar ways. Very, very peculiar ways. Like football, different positions, but everyone wants to play quarterback. Yeah, no, I see. In order to have like a cohesive team and actually do well, you need to have people not only play the roles, but play them well. But people just join randoms and choose whatever they choose and essentially just fuck up everything for everybody else collectively. That sound about right? Friend. Oh no. Is that in reference to me saying I have friends? Are we denying this now? I mean, somebody with 16 functional GameCubes and a shiny hunting setup, I wouldn't assume them to have too many friends either. Usually people with friends like go outside and touch grass. I mean, this is grass, but I haven't felt it, you know? I haven't played Warzone. Okay. Okay. Fair. I'll never super chat to make someone embarrass themselves or feel uncomfortable. Like one time I just super chat everyone to dab, harmless stuff, or I just super chat and write encouraging. Well, that's fair, and that's very kind of you. But I feel like I would say if you're gonna like super chat and like demand it without discussing it first, that's one thing. But if you go in the chat and you're like, hey, if you do this, I'll super chat you $50, you know, like. At that point, it's fair, because then the person can say, okay, well, like, yeah, not a chance, I'm not doing that. Or, I don't know, we'll see. Put your money where your mouth is, right? But no, I love that. It's nice to have some harmless fun. Very kind of you, though. Just so you know that. Very, very kind of you. He's really good at it, so I understand his frustration. I was playing Misfortune. Sweeper, wall, utility, disruption. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. I touch grass. Only sometimes, though. Only sometimes. It's a very selective thing, you know. Depending on the day of the week. Oh, I see. I think I must have missed QB's message there. I definitely must have missed that, because yeah, there was some context there I just wasn't grabbing onto. Makes sense though. Yeah, but so by what you say, like playing League doesn't teach you League, that would just essentially be because nobody plays it properly, as you're saying though, correct? Like, you'd have to play it, like, is there a way to even play League like solo, or how does that work? Is there like a storyline ever, or is it just online play? Anyway, 8,000 total encounters for the current phase. Just about at odds, my friends. Just about at odds. And that said, I don't know... I don't know what I want to do as far as stream time stopping. I don't know if I want to go to 8192 or maybe we'll go till 8 o'clock local time. So if you look right there, that's what I'm referencing. But maybe, yeah, I think we'll go 20 more minutes and then call it. Unless we get a shiny, then we'll do the whole shebang with the shiny. But I think that's probably fair. I think we've done the average we do for a stream, about 7,000 encounters. So many quad shoes today, god damn, dude. That is genuinely impressive, I'm not gonna lie. I've probably seen like 5 of them today. The penta quad, if you will. One of them, my Discord profile pic is literally a Gamer Boo from Monsters Inc. Oh, dude. I gotta say, Boo is like one of the most adorable characters for a Pixar movie ever created. She's such a sweetheart. It is Pixar, right? I'm pretty sure that's a Pixar film. I love Monsters Inc. I wish they'd do another movie. I loved Monsters Inc. and Monsters University. I feel like they did a They did a really good job with that. Oftentimes they, especially like that far removed time-wise, I find they tend to butcher the continuance, the predecessor of the initial movie, but they did a very good job there, IMO. It just sends you pictures of you touching grass. Fine, if you do it, I'll do it. I feel pressured now. I feel forced. There's a story, but it happens outside of the game and has nothing to do with it. It's like Magic the Gathering. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I don't think I've ever even... Well, when my friends were all playing League, I never had a PC, so that's probably why I never ended up playing it. But since I got a PC, I got it for VR, mostly. Well, that's actually why I bought my PC. I played Beat Saber at my friend's house, loved it, and I was like, no, dude, I can't live just playing this only at my friend's house. I gotta have access to this all the time, so... Bought a VR setup, bought a PC, and then... Oh, I thrived. I thrived. But no, I never... That was far past when I had ever considered playing League. TBH. Once you reach the mark, I'll use a lot of stickers and give memberships. And if I super chat, it's like a meme or something. It'll be discussed by chat and mutually agreed with the creator. Well, that's very kind of you. You're a very, very kind fellow. I like to see that sort of engagement, though. That's nice. I'm really excited for once that time comes and I can have memberships and stuff. That's gonna be cool. I feel like I should probably put out some videos soon, though. I just keep getting busy. And then half of it's just me trying to teach myself to edit properly, because I'm kind of a perfectionist. I've been over this before, though. I harp on this a lot. On stream, but once I do that, then I think the engagement will be a lot higher, and then I can actually grow a little more logarithmically, as opposed to this steady plane that we've had for the last while. But when you spend 6 months straight streaming, I mean, what do you expect? Streaming doesn't really build a community usually. I'm extremely lucky to have built this at all. Like, even close to what I have now off of just streaming. And frankly, I think the only reason for that is, and I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but A, the niche, that's probably the biggest reason, realistically. But B, I would say perhaps the way I communicate with chatters and stuff, but that's not something I want to say out of assumption, because frankly, I don't know from a first-person experience. Okay, good. I thought it was Pixar. Look at me go. Logarithmic growth is not bad. As a logarithm goes up, it gets exponentially larger, no? I thought logarithms could go either way. Couldn't a logarithm go... like... Do they get smaller? Is that a general logarithmic principle? Am I missing that? Have I been using that wrong for years? I took fucking pre-calc. That's embarrassing, honestly. And now that you say that, that kind of does make sense. That kind of does make sense. Yeah, I feel like Huh. Well, look at that. The more you know. That just totally broke my brain, I'm not gonna lie. I had this thing in my head that told me that logarithms were like exponential growth over time. It's like, what would be exponential growth over time that's non-linear? Then. You know? Yeah, Monsters University was very, I don't know, it was very true to what I thought it should have been. Very good story. I think I don't think there could have been much of a better job they did, to be honest. Just saw it last summer, damn. Did you like it? Did you like it? But yeah, no, that's fair, QB. It's just... At the end of the day, I make time for other stuff too that should be pushed aside to prioritize this, but I don't know. I've got excuses. You're an emotionally intelligent fellow, and I alleviate your company. Well, that's kind of you. Thank you. I like the oh, I didn't even say anything when we got to odds. My bad. We're over odds. I like the emotional intelligence, and I know you mean that in a kind way. I just in the most joking manner possible. It's almost funny the distinction to just say emotional intelligence, you know. But anyway, I'm bugging you. I genuinely I take that very, very well, and I appreciate that. I just thought that side of that was kind of funny. It's a joke. Billen says it happens. I found Jam Stream through a live, and Billen showed up and subscribed through there. Content and vids can be really effective, but it just depends. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know. Lives just aren't that discoverable. Videos and shorts definitely have a broader reach, and especially shorts. That's a good way to get subscribers, and then you know, a live goes up, and then watch time goes up exponentially. Yeah, see. And I'll get to your comment in a second, but I actually was going to, right when I asked that question, I was going to say I suppose it would be exponential. However, I wasn't certain, and I didn't want to make any more false claims, so I just left that one. But yeah, definitely gotta do some editing, and I have so much shorts material. I've just been wasting that essentially by not posting it at all, in my opinion. Oh no, the traditional American way. In Canada, we call it BEDMAS, not PEMDAS. Brackets, exponents, division, multiplication, addition, subtraction. But they pointed out to us when they taught us that you might hear it differently and not to be confused. Oh really? For accounting, business, and economics? That's cool. Any specific desires with that, or is that just a general interest that you'll plan to expand on later? Quadratic is typically what people are referring to when they say exponential growth. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm pretty far removed from the math world nowadays. I kinda I think once I passed my diploma, I kinda just left it at that. And no, I totally understand. I knew what you meant when you said it. I don't want you to think that I misconstrued any of that or took any offense to it. I know you were saying you appreciate my company. And that said, I do appreciate yours as well, and I want you to know that it is really awesome having you guys here, especially with your guys' knowledge in reference to the stuff I don't know. It's always just nice to get to connect with other people with different interests, broader knowledge, similar interests. I mean, just people that don't suck. And you guys fall under that category, so. Oh jeez. See, now I feel like I was fishing for that comment, and that wasn't the case. That kind of makes me feel bad. But thank you. I do appreciate that. I like to think well of my intelligence, but I'm a very firm believer in the statement, "Don't judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree." I think it's quite antiquated, honestly, to like, I don't know, the whole intelligence quotient thing. I don't really. I think trying to measure intelligence in any way is kind of moot. And I don't really think that there's a... I don't know why we look at that in a finite manner. Because I simply think as humans, we don't understand enough about the brain yet to really even put that under a microscope. But I like to think of people as intelligent in all different ways. And I don't say that just to appeal to everybody. I mean that genuinely. I mean, what one does, like you said, like you couldn't do with machines or computer hardware what I do. Sure, but that has nothing to do with your intelligence. I mean, that could go straight down to interest alone. Like, 4 years ago, I had never touched a computer as far as building or software in my life. I knew how to use a laptop, and that was about it. When I started learning about this kind of stuff, it was simply because I got a VR headset and I wanted to play some games. So I mean, something like that. I look at that from my perspective, and I think, well, it's a choice, oftentimes, of just what you want to focus your time and interest into, because most people, if you really bear down and put some genuine effort and thought into something, you can excel at it no matter what. You're supposed to. I'll show you in a second, just let me get this encounter on the screen so these fuckers don't run away. Okay, so that's a key. The whole point of it is to put here. Yep. And then that's how you open the container. How'd you open the last one?
That one was open.
I know, but I didn't open the last one. Did I? I wonder if it must have had a pull tab. That might be a different model. Anyway, that's weird. That's weird. Where was I? Does anyone want to remind me real quick where I was? Always loved the concept of economics and theory. Sucked at maths. I'm going to study statistics and accounting. Well, good for you. Good for you. That's a good move to do. You should be proud of yourself. I like bedmass better because it gives a better intuition for using. Yeah, the distinction between the two types of parentheses. I know that was a point of contention for a lot of people in school, like with my peers. But bedmass definitely helps with that. I know where to get TM11 Sunny Day in Pokemon Emerald, and that right there, my friend, that's a sign of intelligence. That is a sign of intelligence. Metric intelligence is dumb. There's skill and talent, but when people talk about intelligence, no, I was studying neuroscience, going into a behavior psych, and intelligence is very undefined. Well, exactly, and I mean, that's why, like, I don't know, the Western schooling, and I don't know if this, like, I'm just saying Western because that's what I know, but, like, the schooling in general that I'm familiar with is very, like, I don't know, giving people assignments and then having them fill them out and then do tests on the stuff once and then never to touch it again. You're not teaching any sort of skills. There's no value for actual intelligence. And most things I did growing up in school, other than the basic things I needed to function as a human, and like the, you know, the what do you call it? The foundational aspects, yeah, sure, those help, but past that, you forget all the shit. You're teaching memory. Memory is not intelligence, not at all. You can have, like, for example, there was this one BBC program of a man who ended up getting this sickness that killed a part of his brain that controlled memory. This man was hyper intelligent, and yet he could remember but for 5 or 10 seconds. And this is still the case. He literally, he'll tell you genuinely 10 to 30 seconds after you say something to him that he's aware of the fact that he doesn't remember stuff, but he'll just like be able to relay that to you. Anyway, the point is that the Western schooling teaches you to, in my opinion anyway, teaches you to think that or to correlate rather memory with intelligence, and I simply think that's not the case. Hence why I mentioned that. I think that's just a good piece of case evidence, but that, I don't know, there's such a broader spectrum to look at these things on. I just, schooling system is ridiculous. Oh, and would you look at that? I get into all that, and that's what you were talking about before. And they don't teach you to be hands-on, so being an adult, you're left to fend for yourself. Exactly. I totally agree. And that's where I kind of feel lucky in a way, because growing up, I didn't really have a lot of, like, I don't know, I was made to be very independent in a lot of ways, which I personally don't think was appropriate in the ways that were done, but nevertheless, besides that, in twisted, convoluted ways, I'm happy that was the case, because I'm very resourceful. and I tend to excel in figuring out these things myself and teaching myself new things, but I don't think that that was the way to figure that out. I think that our education system should have fostered a more hands-on approach, and thus, without going through any level of trauma, humans could grow and develop to be fully independent on their own, without having to deal with other emotional things on the side. Like, and I don't want to harp on this too much, but like to this day, and like I don't know if you guys were here for the last stream, but I was talking about getting a therapy appointment booked. I've never done that before, but point being is like I just signed up for that the other day, and that's something I'm doing strictly based on the fact that I'm still dealing with repercussions of that stuff to this day. So there definitely needs to be, my point, there definitely needs to be a better way in order to instill that kind of ethic and understanding into people through schooling, and not having to find it in other ways that can be rather positive or negative. But holy shit, I am rambling on. Let me go through what you guys have said here, because you guys are responding to what I say and I'm just rambling right over it. Statistics are the exact opposite of probability. True. Well, statistics are just the responding variable, right? And then probability is, I guess, what would you consider probability in that case then? But the idea using incomplete information to get a range of probabilities and focusing on describing how good the sample is and not looking for an exact percentage. Memory is a skill, intelligence is a bunch of different fields. Yes, I would agree. Intelligence, you would be unintelligent to assume, and I mean maybe this is a little harsh to say, but I feel you would be unintelligent to assume that intelligence in and of itself is like a binary, self-encompassing thing. Like I think no matter what, it should be a given that has to pertain to a broad skill set, or I'm sure there's other ways to describe that, but I would imagine you get what I mean. 10-second Tom? What's 10-second Tom? Never heard of that. Memory does not equal intelligence or being smart. Yeah, like and no knock to anybody, but I went to school with a lot of people that had, fuck, my voice cracks so much. You talk throughout the day, and I learned this a while back because I was trying to figure out why my voice cracked so much. If you talk enough throughout the day, your voice will crack regardless, because your vocal cords get tired. So that happens to me after working all day and then streaming. Kind of obnoxious, but anyway, I went to school with a lot of people, and like I said, no offense to anybody, but a lot of people that got fantastic grades. Like, I'm talking damn near aced every class they ever went to. But from my perception when I spoke to them in that time, what I gathered from them in those situations did not reflect the grades at all. These were people that didn't have problem-solving skills. These were people that, and like I said, I don't want to make a statement about anybody. I don't want to just as a predisposition understand that that's not what I'm doing. But I found in these situations, oftentimes these were people that didn't have good problem-solving skills, that didn't have the ability to deduce very well on their own. But if you gave them a book, left it with them for 2 days, and then quizzed them on it, they'd know everything about it. But the thing about that is you can teach somebody to do something, but if they lack the understanding of how or why, the derivative principles of why or how that's done, then there was no point in teaching them in the first place. You just raised a copycat. That's all you did. There's no positive aspect to that, in my opinion. But on the skewed correlation between memory and intelligence, well, I appreciate the concurrence? I don't know. Yeah. You can't remember formulas or facts or whatever, you just need the reverse seeds. Reverse stun seed. What does that mean? Oh, good for you, Onovan. That's awesome. You should be proud of yourself for that. BetterHelp, that's an online service, right? I believe I've heard of that before. It's not a bad idea, because, fuck, it's hard to find local counseling. I did my intake today, and I got told that, depending on severity, there can be up to a 3-month wait to get an appointment. I've constantly been asked in the last couple of days if I have benefits to afford it. Fuck me, if I had benefits that would cover it. Do you think I would be trying to go through a free government program for counseling? Probably the fuck not. Like, no, my medications already come out of pocket, in part, because my benefits don't fully cover them, so I don't know. Silly questions. But anyway, that's a whole different thing. That's a systemic issue. 8 hours a day of therapy on my way out of the Marines, and I can't recommend it enough. 8 hours a day? Oh my god. Wow, that's intensive. And yes, thank you for your service. I'm glad to hear that. And you know what? When I did speak with somebody the other day, they were reassuring, you know, to point out that I was good to come in when I am, because I'm still not at the end of my brain development, and that you know, with the types of traumas I deal with, there's a lot of potential to like there's a what I deal with essentially is like behavioral patterns based on past events. Like I'm quick to snap, and I have a hard time taking criticism in certain situations. So it was nice to hear the reassurance from them that that was something that in my situation is very, not like necessarily reversible, but there's easy ways to learn to control that and deal with that. So I was elated to find that out. Probabilities fixed, statistics are generated from sample, d6 has 1/6 of a chance. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I do remember calculating some of that stuff in high school, because I took pre-calc in high school. I just don't remember much about it. Also, that was 281,000 total encounters, by the way. Yeah. To memorize and to think is completely different. A lot of the quote-unquote smart kids have dropped when pursuing higher academia, and the people who truly were smart became depressed. That is, I don't always love blanket statements. I will say that's a very fair statement. And I say that based on the principle that, generally speaking, and I could be incorrect on this, but from my understanding, generally speaking, intelligent people tend to be more prone to depression, given their ability to understand and to make what would you say? In essence, what I'm trying to say is like an intelligent person's ability to understand a situation and correlate that to positive and negative outcomes is a lot, like they have a easier time doing that, and thus they have an easier time understanding the negative side of things that an ignorant person may not. So no, that's definitely fair. Fortitude and resourcefulness are so important. That's very true. That's very, very true. Yacht dice? I'm not spelling it backwards, Donovan. I read it. I was gonna. I'm not saying it. I'll give you the merit of knowing that I read it backwards, but can't say it. I just can't say it. I appreciate that, QB. That means a lot. I like, and I know I said this earlier in the stream, but that genuinely does mean a lot to me. It's very nice to have any level of a support system. I mean, it doesn't matter how big your support system is, but you can have a ton of internet friends, and that can be great, but you might need that support in another way. You could have the opposite. You could have a lot of friends in person, but perhaps maybe having a friend over the internet that there's no face to it maybe it's easier for you to say some things to them. It might be easier to get stuff off of your chest. Anyway, and my point being is that I think no matter what, it's great to have as many support systems in place as possible. And I think it's extremely important for us as people to make sure that we do the best that we can for other people, and we do our diligence in trying to make sure that other people are feeling safe and feeling happy, because oftentimes that's just not something that people... how many times can you say people in a minute? Jesus. But oftentimes other friends, companions, they have a hard time speaking about those things for various reasons. I mean, systemic issues, telling people that maybe that's not something that is reasonable to talk about, or whatever may have you. My point is actually, I forgot my point. Jesus. But thank you, and I'm here for you guys as well if you ever need. Most of therapy is actually education, honestly. It's not sitting on a couch looking at ink blots. No, that's definitely... that's fair. And you know, the issue I have with therapy, and it's not an issue with therapy at all, it's an issue with my understanding of therapy. And I think this will change a lot more as I go through it, but my understanding of therapy is probably skewed because I personally feel as if I have the, whether it be intelligence or nuance, to deduce what traumas I have, why I have them, how they correlate into my life today, and why they affect me in the way they do. That's something I all know, and I had spent years thinking that there was no point for therapists. Because of that, I was like, well, what's a therapist going to tell me that I know myself? I was always able to tell people, well, this happened, and then I had this continued behavior for years, and it carried on to this, and this is why there's a trigger. Sure, I'm able to do that, and that's all well and fine. But I will say that, I mean, no matter what, somebody with a master's or a bachelor's degree is in that specific field is always going to know more than me in that respect, and they're going to be able to understand me better. But it's extremely valuable, to have, oh my god, my voice keeps cracking, a third-person perspective. Extremely important, because similar to writing, you can write a whole story and it can be perfect to you. You can proofread it twice, and the first time you get another person to proofread it, they will point out 50 mistakes. That's just how the brain works. You oftentimes need to see a third-person perspective in order to understand things in a different light. So I think that's very important, but I also learned that, you know, there's just some things that I don't know, and that's okay, and that's fair. I don't know. I guess I always just had this misconstruction that if I understood just the simple cause and effect, that would give me the tools enough to deal with and cope with any of my issues, but that's simply not the case. It's not that simple. The education goes much deeper than that. And in just a simple 45-minute session the other day, I definitely, I'll say that was something that I understood, and I finally got to catch on to and realize. And it was nice, because it gives a guy hope, you know? And not to say, like, I won't say I've ever felt continuously hopeless when it comes to that, but I mean, there's, you get into anxious or depressive states, and that's just a natural thing that happens sometimes, and it's fantastic to have that reassurance otherwise. But I'm hoping, since after doing my intake today, that perhaps I can get in sooner. They say you can do walk-ins, which is fine, like they do them every day. That's all fine and dandy, but I guess specifically when it comes to trauma-related therapy, they don't recommend doing that because you end up getting a different therapist oftentimes, and then you don't make linear progress. In fact, you kind of regress because you have to continue to open up that trauma. And I mean, for me, that's not an issue. I have no issues talking about it. If you can't tell, I'm very open about these things, and I've been that way most of my life. I'll say most of my adult life, because I've opened up a lot more. But I can see why that's not really the most reasonable or efficient way to go about that either, because I mean, I don't know, when you have 10 weeks and you talk to 7 different people in those 10 weeks about the same issue, you're going to get different perspectives. People are going to have different understandings of what you say based on just maybe how you say things, whether it be just your choice of vernacular, would that be the term? Anyway, I don't know. My point is situations dictate perspective differently, and I can understand why that's not really advantageous to go through, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. And thank you, QB. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate the old emoji hugs. Walk-in therapy is best for people who don't have a support structure around them to discuss difficult emotions openly. I would say that's probably one of the better ways I've heard that described before, so I will agree with you. Yeah, and in my case, I think that's why the therapist said what they said to me, because I do have those supports. I have fantastic friends that are willing to help me through things and talk to me with things. I have my wife that is great helping me with these things. That is, sometimes she doesn't necessarily understand how to help me with the issues, or she doesn't necessarily understand exactly where I'm coming from with these things. I mean, the support system is there, and I mean, even this is a support system, like I said before. And I mean, it's quite obvious I have the ability to talk about it and work through things. So, anyway, I can understand her perspective with that being said. Okay, now I'm confused because where did you oh, okay, so the reason I didn't ask about that is because I'm looking at the main chat on the actual YouTube page, and it didn't show there. It only showed on the main, the chat, like on the stream down here. So I can see the very bottom of it, but that's it. So that would be exactly why. If you could reiterate that statement, or maybe just like, I don't know if you have the ability somehow to copy paste it because you're the one who put it there, and I can just read it again as it comes up. Just so I understand contextually. I think I do know what you mean, but yeah, the reason I didn't ask for any clarification, or I didn't regard that statement rather, is simply due to the fact that whatever it was you... Okay, now you got me confused. Now you got me confused. Mind Goblin Stun Seed. I feel stunned. Is that an accurate statement? I think so. I think so. But to my understanding, at least like without the context, I would assume the term mind goblin to reference like just internal confusion or like emotional juxtaposition. That kind of, how would I say this? That inhibits proper understanding and interpretation of oneself's thoughts. Am I kind of onto something? Oh my fucking god. No. No, don't do me like that. Don't you do me like that. Oh, yeah, you got me that time. Alright, you know, that's fair too, because I got you on the stun seed. Well, I didn't get you, but I allowed you not to get me. I disallowed you to get me. So you've gotten your retribution, anyway. Is retribution the right word for that? Unfortunately, buried deep in my mind, when I think of the word retribution, and as I said, unfortunately, the one thing that rings in my mind every time I hear that word is Elliot Rodger, because when I was a kid, I actually saw his videos on YouTube, and I believe that was before the whole Isla Vista issue. But anyway, he made this one comment in his last video where he referenced the horrid tragedies of which he incurred upon other people as the day of retribution, and that just stuck in my head. So unfortunately, that's something that just fucking sticks there as a correlation. But yeah, redemption probably. And I'm glad you understood where I was going with that. It's got to be interesting, just like, I don't know. I know my brain works in kind of a funny way. I just go on tangents that are generally irrelevant sometimes, and then I'll kind of veer straight back. I imagine that's got to be funny to listen to from a third-person perspective. I don't even know how to answer that question, Donovan. I don't even know how to answer that question. Please tell me you know who Elliot Rodger is. I'm going to assume by that statement, probably not. Or I should say was. Very, very terrible person. I believe Elliot Rodger was actually one of the derivative, like, predominant internet incels. Okay, yeah, that would make a lot of sense. Elliot Rodger is the person who carried out the Isla Vista. I don't know if it was just shootings or killings. Anyway, yeah, he's a mass murderer. He was a misogynist that murdered based on the fact that he deemed himself worthy of love and affection from people, and he had hatred towards couples. I don't know exactly how to describe it, but anyway, he's actually the son of a famous, I want to say it's a producer for movies, and he posted on YouTube and he documented his feelings in like a journal, and he got comfortable enough eventually that he would talk about his plan, and he wrote a whole, what do you call that thing? Manifesto, I think. And he like referenced it all on YouTube, and he posted a it's okay, you didn't understand. That's totally fair. That's totally fair. I've been there. I've said a lot of shit that I realized after was like totally out of line, just based on the fact that I didn't understand the context. I actually did that like yesterday with my wife, but yeah. If you're ever interested, look it up. It's terrible, but the way of which that all went down is very, like, true crime speaking. It's interesting. Yeah, he fully, like, admitted to the internet what he was gonna do. People called the police on him, and nobody did anything about it. And he could have been stopped, but he wasn't. And then his videos were soon removed off of the internet. But the crazy and unfortunate, disgusting thing is the fact that I remembered somehow finding them through the algorithm before that happened. But I will say I have an equal liking for both milk chocolate and dark chocolate. Dark chocolate, it's really a mood thing. What am I going to pair it with? Dark chocolate's good with, like, rich things, right? Like dark chocolate for a charcuterie board. Like, if I'm gonna have meat, cheese, and crackers, I'm having dark chocolate. Milk chocolate for snacking on its own. And then obviously certain pair with certain chocolates pair with certain things. Like if I were to have a Black Forest cake, I believe you'd probably want to have that with dark chocolate. But that's just a personal preference. You know, years ago, if I had seen that statement, I would have said, what the fuck? That is weird. Why would you choose that? But as I get older, my palate's changed, and I definitely... I don't know if I have a preference. I think... No, maybe I do. Dark chocolate is just good. But they have their own... They have their own applications. Then again, I just kind of... I'm one that tends to... I both, in some scenarios, like looking at things in a very binary manner, and in others, I find the exact opposite. So, like, you'll give me a question like that, and I'll oftentimes never give a finite answer, and I will beat around the bush explaining that context is what matters 99% of the time. But then there's the other percent of the time where I'm like, no, that's black and white. There's no other perceptible option or perceivable option. That has to be what it is, you know. All worms, all worms, all worms, all worms. When I found out chocolate was different in the world, I was shocked. Probably English chocolate's better. Yeah, I think English chocolate is more predominantly dark chocolate. I think milk chocolate is often referenced as like a quote-unquote American thing. Granted, it's like in Canada, that's the most popular chocolate, obviously. I think in most of the world, or like most of the Western world rather, it is, but I could be wrong. I'm not necessarily the most educated on that. I feel like talking about therapy stuff, that topic was most helpful for me and difficult to wrap my head around at the same time. Sorry, I gotta read that again. If you still feel like talking about therapy stuff, the topic that was the most helpful for me and difficult to wrap my head around at the same time was negative core beliefs. What do you mean by that? Can you expand on that? Do you mean like beliefs instilled just by previous life experience that affected your day-to-day approach to life / ideology? Is that accurate? If so, then I would no, I don't know. I don't know exactly how to... Sometimes I just have a hard time putting my thoughts to words, and this is one of those times. But I have to teach myself too that that's okay, because I've spent my whole life stressing over making sure that I was able to articulate my thoughts in a proper manner, and that's yeah, it's been helpful and it's been not helpful. I I think I'm going to stop at 282,000 because I said I was going to stop like half an hour ago, but I want to stop on an, like around an even number, so I'm going to do that. But yeah, I would say a single square, but oh dude, I go overboard. I go way overboard, that's for sure. What do you guys think of mint chocolate ice cream? I didn't used to love mint chocolate ice cream, but as an adult, I've grown to love it. My wife likes it, and then eventually, she had bought some. And I was like, oh no, it's gross, I don't like that. And I was like, give me a bite. And I had it, and I was like, oh, fuck. It's one of those things again. I had a negative predisposition for no reason based on the fact that my brain works weird, and I choose not to, I don't even know. I don't know how I would mention that. I live in my box, I guess. So I looked at her, I was like, well, for like 20 years, I've written that off as something I'd enjoy. For no reason, so that's funny. I could see butter going into coffee being really good. I could see that being delicious. Then again, I'm not gonna lie, dude. I've been known to put butter straight into my mouth. Not a lot of it. Like, I don't know, the taste is just kind of good. If I do say so myself. Say so myself. Black pepper and turmeric, though, that sounds kind of weird. I'll say I've had teas that have black and white pepper in them, and they are really good, though. I love that sharp, bold taste they give. You'd never think it'd be good, and then you try it, and you're like, ooh, I ought to fuck around with that a little bit more. A negative core belief is kind of like the one thing in life that a person fears the most. Okay. And some people lean into it as though it's inevitable. Some people craft an entire personality around proving that fear wrong. Most people are somewhere in between. So if you were to say, like, so like death for example, like, would you say that in reference to what you're saying, that negative core belief could be an issue in and of the fact that somebody lives their whole life concerned about or trying to avoid the actions associated with, or like the repercussions of other people's deaths or their own death, to the extent of which that they inhibit their ability to enjoy their own life? Is that like kind of one of the extreme sides of what you're referencing? But yeah, mint chocolate ice cream is pretty damn good. Also, Onavan, I might be wrong, but I feel like you might be like 45 seconds behind on stream. Like I said, could be wrong, could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I've definitely been wrong before. Oh, for Fox Creek. There we go. Sorry. Had to fix that up. Butter and coffee is great. It's all about not adding too much. Not that much different from cream. I could imagine... Yeah. Test. You are current right now. You are currently current. You are now current. Currently current. Current as current can be. Were you behind a little bit? Was I right? Yeah, I imagine if you added too much butter to coffee, it would probably be kind of oily. Okay, about one's own self specifically. Okay, so you mean like one being concerned about, like say, I can probably relate to this, like emulating, one might be concerned about internalizing and emulating a personality of somebody else who was negatively influential in their life. So they may spend their whole life kind of like trying to differ themselves actively and passively, and separate themselves from this perceived personality or ideology that was that they might struggle to deal with. However, to a point of which it inhibits day-to-day life. Maybe? Or am I getting way too into this? I feel like I'm going too far into specifics. I do that very often. And if it's not obvious, I'm definitely not a therapist either. Never claimed to be. But I would say that probably shows right now. But I understand what you mean. It kind of goes to show, like... I shouldn't say goes to show, that's not really a good way to open that sentence. I guess I would just say like a primary characteristic of a negative core belief, between all core beliefs, negatively speaking, would be the fact that the main inhibition in one's life due to those core beliefs is the fact that they're concerning themselves with those core beliefs. Yay? Or nay? I'm trying. Well, do I go to... Shit. Do I go to... Not always. Okay. That's very individual. Okay, so that's where I was kind of going a little too into depth. I guess I was just trying to put it to like an anecdote per se. Yeah, it's just that may not be universally applicable, and there could be... Oh, not all worms. I guess it's, with that said, it's just important to bear in mind that there can be substantial variation between what that is and how that affects a different person. Like if I see resemblance between myself and my dad and he did bad things. Sorry, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if you were going to continue there or not. For some reason, I felt like there was another message coming past that. But, yeah, I guess that was kind of what I was referencing. Oh no, I was right. Something else was coming. Fuck me. Should have trusted my gut. Then I might make decisions for myself based on what I think he deserves for whatever bad thing. Okay. Yeah. So that last one you said there, like going out of your way to behave the opposite way, that was kind of what I was referencing. That's exactly what I was referencing. Like spending a life in avoidance, trying to... Okay, well we hit 282,000 and I went over it by accident, so now I'm going to 10k. Shite. But yeah, I can definitely see how that would be negatively influential, and I mean, I empathize with that to an extent. I emulate behaviors from people in my life that I shouldn't say that. I do have an issue emulating behaviors that have affected me negatively in the past. Emulating the behaviors of those people. But that said, I would say I can resonate with one trying to separate oneself from that actively. Thing is, I can see how that could be both beneficial and detrimental. depending on severity and the situation. I think it'd be very important to find a balance, that said. Is that if you pull at the strings for long enough, everybody has one. I mean, that's fair. At the end of the day, everybody may be able to put on a facade, or just, I mean, one might not talk about those kind of things, but I feel like it would be extremely unlikely for anybody to... Okay, that's fair. Not everyone's affects them negatively. Okay, that actually kind of counteracts... Well, it doesn't counteract what I was about to say, but it further elaborates on what I was about to say, thus making what I was going to ask / explain moot. That's interesting to think of that way. I like hearing that, actually. And that's where that speaks to, like I was saying, the potential balance between the two, of letting that negatively affect your life versus finding a healthy medium between not taking it to an extreme obsession, but avoiding maybe risk-taking behavior or unnecessary action. Damn, I really thought that was a shiny Pikachu there. Damn, hey? Can you believe that I've basically done an entire, if not more, I don't remember the number I started at, but I've basically done a full odds hunt today. And yet this damn RNG said no. Well, we got less than 100 encounters until the stream ends, and I will be on my way. That said, maybe we'll get lucky in a little bit here. We got a few more resets to go. But I just want to take a minute to say thank you to all of you that have shown up today. I know the crowd's dwindled past what it was initially on the stream, and not everybody's going to get to hear that, but for anyone looking at the VOD, for anybody who's still here, I sincerely appreciate your presence. I sincerely appreciate your participation in the respect of just being here, chatting, liking, subscribing, whatever it may be. You guys are all awesome. I definitely don't think I can express enough how much that means to me and how cool it is to me that I have these, I have this, I shouldn't say these, I have this group that I get to engage with multiple times a week, and you know, learn these new, like we've had here, the Onavan, these new I don't want to say nuances or ideologies, but just, I don't know, it's wonderful to have different people around, learn new things, understand different perspectives, and enjoy ourselves while we're at it. I mean, I couldn't thank you guys more, so thank you guys so much. It's really wonderful having y'all here. For those of you, if there's anybody here watching that hasn't been a regular, or it's your first time here, whatever the case may be, I am live Tuesdays and Thursdays at 4:30 p.m. MST, Mountain Standard Time, and I'm live on Sundays at 2:30 MST, Mountain Standard Time, 2:30 p.m. obviously. Tuesdays and Thursdays during the week I do shiny hunting, and oh, look at me go, stopping right at the time where I need to, right at 10k. But Tuesdays and Thursdays I do my shiny hunts, and then Sundays, until the challenge is done, we do our Pokemon Emerald VR Nuzlocke / Shotlock, as I've named it. So if that's something that interests you, it'd be wonderful to have you stop by. It's definitely appreciated. If not, I totally understand. That's life. Everyone's got their own stuff to deal with. But yeah, this has been a wonderful last 4+ hours here. QB, Onovan, hope you guys know, I think this was a really productive conversation, and I really enjoyed today. So thank you guys so much for your, like I said, I mean, I guess I'm just being redundant at this point, but your presence, your understanding, your appreciation, your both inquisitiveness and ability and willingness to answer certain questions. It really means a lot. Yes, I know I obsessively save at the end of every hunt. Does it really matter? Technically no, but it's what I do, so deal with it. But yeah, awesome having you guys here. Really means a lot. But yeah, this is gonna be it. This is where I'm gonna call the stream. So if you guys feel like chatting outside of here, if you're not available to pop by on a Tuesday, a Thursday, or a Sunday, you can catch me in the Discord. If you're not in there already, Discord's in the description down below of the stream. If not, you can also check that out on the main YouTube page. But anyways, that is all. Thank you guys so much. See you again, QB. Happy to have you here. See you again. Thanks. I will enjoy my dinner that I think my wife has probably finished cooking by now, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your night. And yeah, till then, we'll see you guys next time. Take her easy. Stay safe.